Your Highness, Your Excellencies, distinguished guest of honors, our audience, our interviewers, peace be upon you all. Greetings and good morning. Again, we shall say good morning and greetings to the Forum of Future of Education, Science and Culture. We will start our sessions, the dialogues, conversation today with different topics and very insightful panels. And we will reflect back on the first day of yesterday. And these topics are going to be about the solutions
to private finance and PPP. We will then be talking about sustainable development to human development. And we will be also discussing expanding the ecosystem and a lot more much needed topics to be discussed and a lot of experience to be exchanged and talked about between one another today. Just like yesterday, we will also have breakout sessions, and you will all have the opportunity to network, connect, and communicate with one another as well. And of course, we cannot forget, Rebecca, the inspiring conversations we had started yesterday with our esteemed guests from all around the world, and we will also be having such conversations today. Isn't that so, Rebecca?
Absolutely, and shukran jazilan. Fatima, salamu alaikum, sabah al-khair. A very good morning to you. I'm Rebecca McLaughlin-Eastham, and I am delighted to be co-hosting today with my esteemed colleague, Fatima.
Thank you, Rebecca.
We're very excited to have you all back for this second trailblazing day of this incredible, one-of-a-kind forum that we're very proud to be hosting here in the Saudi capital, Riyadh. As said by my colleague, we've had some amazing commentators so far. We've talked much about the world of work, education, science, and culture, where we currently stand and where we go from here. Yesterday, much was said about the experimental mindset. I think that's one of my key takeaways, because it was encouraged that we have this in our schoolrooms, in our boardrooms, and in society at large, if we're really to innovate and scale our businesses and make a lasting difference. Another important part of our conversations yesterday was the need for greater collaboration. We need to come together. We need to knowledge share. We need to share big data. We need to team up and invest together to make a brighter tomorrow. And to that end, we're very much looking forward to your discussion about PPPs a little bit later on. But for now, I'll say goodbye to you.
It's your turn, and I wish you the best of luck.
Shukran.
Enjoy, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to moderate the first of our panel discussions today. The topic is paving the way for tomorrow's financing solutions, and I have an esteemed panel of guests for you. Please welcome them as they make their way to the stage. Good morning, gentlemen. Nice to see you. Thank you for being at our forum. How are you?
Morning.
It's great to see you here. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce my panelists to you. To my left, I have Ismail Radwan. He is the lead economist and program leader for the GCC for the World Bank. Next to him, I have Papa Sarr. He is the executive director of the Mobilization, Partnerships and Communications Department at Agence Française de Développement. Next, I have Saeed Hussein Kadri, and he is the Director of Resilience and Climate Action Department at the Islamic Development Bank. A very warm welcome to you, gentlemen. Thank you again. So much to talk about, such a big topic, and such an important one. Ismail, let me come to you first. When it comes to the role of multinational and multilateral banks in financing the SDGs and really improving the outlook for the education sector, but also science and culture too, where do we start?
Thank you, Rebecca, and good morning, and very warm welcome to everybody. Salamu alaikum, jami'an. So I think in terms of here, the big picture is that we need to find an extra $2.5 trillion per annum if we're going to meet the SDGs and if we're going to finance the gaps in terms of education and science and culture. So where is that additional money going to come from? Sounds like a very big number, but when you think about the global economy at 115 trillion a year, it's only a couple of percentage points of that. So on the one hand, it's a large amount. On the other hand, we have a very large global economy, and we can finance it. The difficulty really is in bringing together the complex partnerships between the public sector, the private sector, between governments and businesses to be able to move in that direction. So the role of the multilateral development banks is to provide financing for lower income countries and middle income countries. That's where the gaps are. High income countries can finance themselves. So the issue is that the financial sector always views these countries as very risky. So this is the role of the World Bank in de-risking those countries and in providing resources to lower income countries. Now, the World Bank, last year we provided $70 billion. That's all of our lending, not just for the SDGs, all of our lending. That was a banner year for us, and it was about twice the average lending that we had before the pandemic. But you can see very quickly that 70 billion, even though that's a big number, it's a very small drop in the ocean when we're looking at 2.5 trillion. So now we hear an increasing amount of calls to expand the role of the multilateral banks and to expand their lending. So how are we going to be able to do that? And there are maybe 2 or 3 different ideas. The first idea is just to ask the shareholders to add more paid-in capital. Because of our leverage, every $1 we get in paid-in capital, we can lend $28 out. So that's one way of doing it. But of course, it would rely on all of the shareholders, especially high-income countries, putting more money into the multilateral development banks at a time where the fiscal squeeze is on after the pandemic, war in Ukraine, and other challenges. So that's one idea. The second idea that Kristalina talks about is using the IMF's resources, the special drawing rights, the SDRs at the IMF, and on lending them to the multilateral development banks so that they can then expand their lending to poor countries. So that's something that's been talked about already. The IMF did have an expansion of SDRs. Many of those SDRs, especially those held by rich countries, are not being used yet, so there's a chance to leverage those. And maybe the last idea is using the IMF as a lender of last resort. So in the way that the central bank is a lender of last resort for normal commercial banks, or the way that the ECB is a lender of last resort for countries in Europe, if the IMF played that role, it would allow the multilateral development banks to take much more aggressive positions and put some of their paid-in capital at risk without jeopardizing their credit rating.
Thank you very much. Let me come to you, Papa. Talk to me a bit about your role and remit at AFD.
Thank you. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting the French Development Agency to participate to this key event just after the LDC5 event in Doha in the last 3 days. And to comment on what Simon was saying, I must say that there is an emergency in terms of supporting education, science, and culture across the globe, but mainly in the least developed countries where the needs are higher. We at the French Development Agency, we devote around 12 billion euro a year for development, and 60% of this goes to Sub-Saharan Africa and some of the key LDCs we serve. And education over the last 3 years have taken more than 4 billion euros of our resources. And we do the whole continuum of education from primary to secondary to tertiary and vocational training. And we do a mix of financing in terms of grants, sovereign loans to governments, but also technical assistance. What is important to mention today is the way we finding the new alternatives of reaching the goals of SDGs in the education sector. Sovereign debts alone won't be able to make it happen, because it is known that education is not, if I may say that word, attractive in terms of financing, and then national governments make quite a lot of efforts today in the continent, in Sub-Saharan Africa, in terms of domestic resource mobilization to address the education and health sector, those social sectors that are less attractive to the financial markets. And the way forward we're looking to build partnerships is to work together with non-sovereign donors, foundations, and those entities that will be able to blend our resources in terms of to attain the goals we are doing. For instance, we have a couple of examples we're doing with Pound Foundations from multinationals, but probably soon to come with the education above all from the Qatar Foundation for Development. And we are discussing also together with our colleagues from the Islamic Development Bank, he will come to that, to how to tap into the resources we have together to be able to attain the goals we have in the same countries, in the same continents, to avoid duplications and using different schemes to attain the same objectives.
Thank you. Well, you neatly segue to Saeed. Last but by no means least, so important. It's always ideal when panelists not even just know each other, but they're actually cooperating and doing deals together, PPP being such an important theme of today. Saeed, talk to me about the plans that are afoot with Papa, not least when it comes to co-financing in Africa.
Sure. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. It's delighted to be here. And as Papa was mentioning, I'll just take on board what Walid and Papa were mentioning. So we recognize that the $2.5 trillion figure sounds a very scary one unless we begin to unpack that a little bit and try to find spaces and opportunities to see what could be done at different levels of support. So if we begin at the most basic, at the most country levels, particularly more developed countries, the estimates suggest that if 0.7% of GNI goes to the ODA, that's $150 billion right there. Right? Similarly, within the country itself, for domestic form of resource mobilization, if you increase tax to GDP percentages from, that would itself allow them to do a lot of SDG financing there itself. For example, one of the member countries of the Islamic Development Bank, Indonesia, was able to go from 11 to 12%. That freed up $20 billion of capital there. And now let's come to the multilateral development banks. Walid has already expanded about the leverage that we can provide. Any dollar provided for in general capital increases to the MDBs are able to generate far more in the markets. But we have different multilateral development banks with slightly different approaches and different audiences. And that's a great thing because we are looking at innovative and niche resources. Speaking of the Islamic Development Bank, we focus, and our raise in debt is generating Islamic financial resources in the market and putting it in an Islamically financial way to support our 57 member countries. In the delivery of those support to the 57 member countries, we make required, necessary, and useful partnerships. One of them being with my very good friend here. You know, we sat together just a couple of weeks ago, and we're looking at how we can best leverage both our resources, put in our expertise together, and working in the countries that we really want to be able to do so. In the last 3 years, there were estimates that suggest that the MDBs were able to generate nearly $300 billion of resources collectively from private capital and from being in doing lots of co-financing as well. However, only 15% is going to the LDCs. And that's a common concern that we share. How do we mobilize more to the least developed countries? And how do we make our financing more effective in that? And we'll explore a little bit more.
It's the perfect question, and I'll come straight to it. But I just want to follow up, if I may, with you. On the Islamic financing side of things, what is the untapped potential if we look at things like Sukuks, for example?
Yes, that's a very good question, and that's something that we're very happy to explain a little bit whenever we get an opportunity. The nature of projects that we're dealing with these days are evolving quite a lot, right? We are able to sort of go into the markets, and we're able to raise resources for sustainability projects which are focused on social development items, education, health, and lots of others, and also on green projects. So we have two sources. We have green sukuk and social sukuk, sustainability sukuk. We're able to go in the last 3 years, we've been able to generate about $5 billion worth of resources. What that tells you that there is a very strong investor base. If we come up with the right portfolio of projects, if we come up with the right portfolio of activities which are rigorously tested, meticulously planned, reported upon, you will find investors for it. You could do that in conventional bond markets, but you could also do that in sukuk markets, particularly in this region here.
Thank you very much. I'm going to come on to blended finance in a moment, but Ismail, I want to come back to you in terms of exploring grants and loans. We've touched a bit upon it so far, but what is the outlook in today's economic and geopolitical landscape and environment? What would you say?
Okay, good question. So grants or loans. Now, at the World Bank, we give both grants and loans, and some of the loans are concessional and some of them are regular interest rate loans. So in terms of financing the gap that Saeed has talked about, the 2.5 trillion, I think we're going to need all sorts of different sources of capital. So we've talked about the additional increases from the multilateral banks. Saeed also mentioned increasing over ODA, or official development assistance. The target is 0.7%, and right now we're at 0.33%. So we're not even halfway to the target, and that would free up a lot of resources for additional money. Now, in terms of making more grants, you need to have more money in the system, right? Because grants is money that you're giving away. So where is that money going to come from? And again, there are like 2 or 3 different ideas here. The first idea is to have a carbon tax. If we had a carbon tax of $5 per metric ton and $2.5 per metric ton for middle-income and low-income countries, respectively, that would raise about an extra $100 billion a year for the SDGs. And it would also have the advantage that we would discourage emissions and work towards the environmental goals as well. Now, of course, before you get to that, there are lots of fossil fuel subsidies as well in the world, and we know Saudi Arabia is one of the countries that's spending a lot on fossil fuels, and the debate is going on right now of how best to remove those subsidies. But those subsidies, direct subsidies, are worth 500 billion globally, not just Saudi Arabia, globally a year. So that's a huge amount of money that can be saved, and potentially some of that can be diverted to the SDGs. Now, Rebecca, you started by talking about the experimental mindset. So I really want to throw out a couple of ideas from left field. So one idea is the billionaire tax. So there are 3,000 billionaires in the world. They have a net worth of $15 trillion. So the idea is to have a very small wealth tax of 2% on the billionaires, and that would raise $300 billion a year that could be used in other areas. So a fairly radical idea, but one that, when you hear global leaders talking, they talk about the pent-up demand on protests, because we know that some areas of the world are doing very well, some areas of the economy are doing very well, and others are being left behind, and we know that there's this increasing gap between rich and poor countries as well, and it's only a matter of time before that will materialize in terms of protests and upsetting the system. So the earlier we can do it, the better. Now, some of the billionaires are already doing this. This is the last segue. If you look at Jeff Bezos, he's developed his Earth Fund and financed it with $10 billion. So we know the Gates Foundation is one of the biggest philanthropic organizations as well. So that's another way in terms of if you want more grants and if you want more financing in that way, we can encourage tax incentives and other ways to get all the billionaires on board.
It almost seems like low-hanging fruit, does it not? It's only 2%. Would they really miss it? I wonder. It's not even a day's interest for a billionaire. You agree, Papa?
Well, it's my ideas of taxing the billionaires is something that is, for me, I wouldn't say it's not innovative, but, we have to be a little bit precautious about it. So I worked 3 years for Bill Gates in Seattle. And the way he pitched that is give and pledge. He launched that give and pledge with Warren Buffett and other billionaires, in the Bay Area, in New York, and even in some countries in Sub-Saharan Africa, Aliko Dangote, and others. It's a voluntary way of putting together the resources to addressing the key topical issues that, are relevant to them: healthcare, education, agriculture, etc. I remember traveling with him, talking to, other head of states in Africa and other billionaires to put together resources. Can you imagine they have around $80+ billion endowment to address those issues, just giving it away. So for me, it can be done, but it might be also counterproductive in officializing or formalizing a taxation system that will go to address those billionaires' resources who are already doing quite a lot. I'm not defending billionaires, but I just want to be cautious about the impact that could have on them for not declaring all the resources they have, but also for retrieving from what they're doing already in education, in healthcare, et cetera, et cetera. Instead, what would be for me, if I take my perspective of former civil servant in the government in Senegal, we would go to those foundations, to those billionaires, and work with them together with key programs and making proposals in terms of addressing healthcare, vaccines production, health system strengthening, funding education, child education, promotion, etc. And in a collaborative way and in an innovative way, they will bring in some facilities and invest in trust funds and blending the resources. For instance, a key program we're doing right now with the Gates Foundations in education and healthcare in Pakistan, we set up a buy-down facility. The Islamic Development Bank has done the same thing as well with them in the vaccines against polio production. We would be able to lend $200 million. We wouldn't be actually able to lend 200 million euro to Pakistani government if they didn't put a buy-down facility to buy the interest rate and also put a grant element that would, bonify the rate for the Pakistani government to be able to do that loan. We did that in several countries. We were doing that in several countries in Sub-Saharan Africa, in Senegal, Burkina, Nigeria, so on and so on. So for me, and I'll stop there, Rebecca, the innovative way would be to try to see how you put them in coalitions to be able to tackle those resources. And last but not least, as you know, the French president is calling on a conference of financing for development in Paris on June 22nd, 23rd, where we will talk about the reform of the international financial system to be able to address the pressing needs, climate, education, healthcare, et cetera, and how we bring together the private sector in order to finance more, resources and put more resources on the table, because we believe and we know that from experience that in the developing nations, the sovereign debt, the multilateral banks investment alone is not sufficient. We need private money. We need private sector investment to create more jobs, to create growth and stability for the longer term. And last but not least, the third and fourth panel will be talking about how to invest more effectively in infrastructure that is sustainable and innovative ways of financing. And maybe carbon tax is some of the key areas we're talking about. The World Bank is part of the panels of discussion.
Absolutely, very much a part of it, a coalition for good. Kind of begs the question, I guess, why is financing still so expensive? It's still so costly. We're saying that we need more. We need more avenues, more products, more availability, and yet we're in 2023. Yeah. What is your outlook as we go forward for the rest of this year, Saeed? What would you say? Give me some hope.
Okay, that's a good question. In terms of outlook, look, the potential is there. The energy, the passion, the requirement, and somewhat desperation is also there. And that's what we need to really capitalize. I'll just piggyback on something that Ismail and Papa were mentioning. There's another dimension to utilizing the resources from philanthropic sources. And that's something that a lot of people in this region and outside would also understand that. It's utilizing the power of sadaqah and zakat. Yeah, essentially. We've tried to recognize that. We've tried to mobilize non-profit sector and high net worth individuals to sort of come up with Global Muslim Philanthropy Fund for children, looking at how to improve access of school, water, sanitation services for boys and girls in some of the very difficult countries. And we've received some very good potential and very good efforts in the last year alone. We've been able to do projects worth $20 million in Jordan, in Pakistan and elsewhere. So these are the kind of things that we want to do so. Now, in terms of coming up with a good story or a better story, it's trying to improve the conditions in which you originate projects. How do you get together?
Yeah.
How do you come together? And you don't only just offer lending instruments, but you offer grant instruments.
Yeah.
You want to be able to come up with the right feasibility studies to come up and design those projects, sometimes bundle them up together in a portfolio of sorts to lower their risks so that it becomes something that other institutions, whether they're multilateral or bilateral or philanthropic individuals, would be able to partake in it.
Exactly.
And not necessarily risk their capital for something which is experimental, but rather proven, tried, and tested. And why would they be able to come in? They'd come in with, in terms of if you have credibility, if you have a track record, and if you have access. These are three key important reasons why we'd be able to sort of mobilize more effective resources for noble endeavors and probably target them better in the least developed countries in a more effective fashion. The potential exists, the energy is there, like we said, and the demand is even higher. Whether you have, I'll give you one example, which sort of happened over here itself in the country. When the earthquakes had happened in Turkey and Syria, I think within 72 hours, nearly 100 billion was just generated. You know, so that's pretty powerful. That's pretty strong, and you need a lot more as you go forward. Within the Islamic Development Bank and the partners that we work with Arab Coordination Group. We've been able to generate $400 million for smart education programs in partnership with the Global Partnership for Education, or on climate financing. Nearly, the group was able to announce at COP27 last year, $24 billion pledge for the next few years, Islamic Development Bank of which accounts for $13 billion itself. So there are good stories if we search for them.
Thank you very much. You have given me hope. Ismail, one of the closing statements from you, if I can. You're speaking here to both public and private, wearing your World Bank hat. How can we best leverage capital from the private sector to really help us with the furtherment and development of education, science, and culture?
Well, thank you very much. That's an excellent question to end on. Let me just say, I think Saudi Arabia is a tremendous example in this space, right? So Saudi Arabia is one of the most generous countries in the world in terms of meeting their ODA targets. And I think what we're seeing now is that they're moving away from charity to actual development finance. And I think that's an important transition to make, you know, asking the recipients to improve their performance as well on the government side. I think on the private sector side, we're not going to reach the SDGs unless all of the private sector is involved with us. That means every single corporation making a commitment to the SDGs, including it in their financial reporting, their sustainability targets, partnering also with the public sector and with NGOs and civil society, having that dialogue together. I think those are the important things. As Syed said, you know, there's plenty of money around.
Yep.
The world has $300 trillion of financial assets, and yet we had $10 trillion worth of negative yielding sovereign assets. So this is money that people are just throwing away instead of being put to good use in terms of financing the SDGs. So I think if we can find a way together to encourage and form bankable projects in the education and culture space, we will meet the SDG targets.
Thank you. Papa, you're nodding away. We can do it. We can find sustainable and financeable solutions for the education culture space.
Definitely. And I wanted to comment quickly on what Syed said, to just give an example from Saudi Arabia. A couple of weeks ago, when we met the King Salman Relief Foundation. We have an agreement with them to finance 20 million euro, with having 10 million from them as grant to complement loan we're doing to Lebanon, Syria, and Jordan countries.
Wow.
From these countries, like 2 weeks ago. So, you know, the potential is there. And the education above all, I think they're even working on a program with the World Bank to see how to do some debt swap in some countries, because they talk to us how to see, we're working together with GP in order to by the debt that those countries in the least developed countries have in terms of in reinvesting this in education. These are innovative ways of addressing the issue of financing education. But not only that, we also at the French Development Agency host what we call the Financing Common, which will group 520 public development banks across the world. And the objective is to tap into those $23 trillion asset they have and address it into emerging issues, and education is part of it in order to reach those SDGs. And last but not least, we've said it all already, the private sector resources would be critical in attaining the goals we all have. And I'm sure that people are knowing today that not financing education will be more costly than financing it right now.
This is good to hear. Thank you. Saeed, the last word to you.
Sure.
As we've been hearing, the demand is there, the solutions are available, and swift action, as we've seen from Saudi and so many other countries, is possible. Tell me your thoughts, your key takeaway from our discussion today, but also your hopes for our first-of-a-kind forum.
I think really, I really want to commend the forum for bringing us all together, and it's not just an eclectic mix also, it's an eclectic mix that can cooperate together, that can work together, and that's a very powerful thing, really. These partnerships, we are looking at what the future of education, science, culture, development, international organizations would look like as we go forward. And the collection of speakers, the people that we've been able to gather. Yesterday was International Women's Day, marking of recognition for that. All these things of ideas, that's what we need right now. We're a globe that is ravaged by COVID, conflict, climate, crisis. What we need is cooperation, coordination, communication, and co-financing.
Beautifully remembered, I have to say. Yes, absolutely, I couldn't agree more. And unfortunately, we have to leave our conversation there, gentlemen. I'm sure that you'll agree that we have so much more to say, and you will get the opportunity, I promise, in both the breakout, the networking sessions, and the lunchtime opportunity. So have your bright ideas and your business cards at the ready. But in the meantime, please join me in thanking my fantastic panel of guests. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Did you manage to take a shot? Thank you, please. What an inspiring first panel. What a way to set the tone for proceedings today. And we're going to keep up the pace and keep with finance as we look to public-private partnerships, the subject of PPPs, and how to best access private finance. And with that, I hand over to my colleague, Fatima. Thank you.
Welcome all, dear guests, with me in this panel. Lovely seeing you all back here today. Such a lovely crowd to have. And we have a very interesting topic to talk and discuss about. But first, please allow me to introduce my guests for this session. We'll start with you, Mrs. Dalila Hamou, Director, External Relations Division at the Global Challenges and Partnership Sector at the World Intellectual Property Organization. Welcome. And then we also have Professor Maria Chiara Malaguti, President of the International Institute for the Unification of Private Law, and Mr. Ziad Hayek, President of the World Association of PPP. And finally, Dr. Abdulaziz Al-Swalem, CEO of the Saudi Authority for Intellectual Property. Welcome, everyone. So we all know how, the private investment has the potential to actually supplement public investment and to meet the investment's needs. But also investors expect governments to be competent and reliable partners to create a stable investment environment as well. So perhaps, Mrs. Dalila, my first question will be to you on how can we actually understand governance? What is good governance when it comes to PPP?
Good morning.
Good morning.
First, allow me to thank the Saudi Kingdom and ALESCO for giving the World Intellectual Property Organization this opportunity to contribute to this panel. Partnership, public-private partnership is very important and is key. And nobody can deny this importance, especially in political and economic challenging environment. We have to engage the private sector with respect to agreed policy goals, such as I think, all the current important issues, science, education, technology, health, and the environment. And we have to, in fact, give the private sector, and I think Her Highness yesterday has mentioned that we need to make them believe in our project, be part of it. And we need to, I think, have also set principles of good governance. The UN Compact, I think, has said 10 universal principles for governance to ensure a good governance, good responsibility of, in fact, of this private sector. And for example, in the World Intellectual Property, when we define a project, we have to show the merit of the project, set up a committee, like to involve all the stakeholders. We, in fact, include these in our program and budget in order that our member state review, monitor, approve. We have also like a committee of to make sure that there is...
To monitor and make sure everything is going according to the books.
And to set up also clear responsibilities of each partner.
To create that reliability, perhaps.
Reliability.
And we'll talk more about that, Mrs. Dalila, perhaps, and how to create trust, maybe with you, Dr. Suleiman. But Professor Maria, let me ask you about how does the best general investment cycle environment looks like if we want to implement PPP?
Yes, thank you. In the first place, let me also thank everyone, and Saudi Arabia in particular. I guess the audience knows UNIDROIT in particular for the convention we have on cultural goods, which is complementary to the UNESCO one. But we do work also in this field, so it's why you know, it's the cycle for investment. I think it's a very good question for this. In order to make concrete any government action, you do need to have a friendly environment from the economic point of view, but also from the legal point of view. And this is when also the private sector intervenes and gives financing. What you have to do, you have to, I mean, from an entrepreneurial point of view, what you have to do is indeed to build up a chain of investments. But what the government can take part into is by this, what we call this PPP, that will be probably better described in cooperation with the private sector. You do need to finance, and in order to finance, you need to have instrument for access to finance, and to have the private sector either be part of the project by the financing itself or by the operation. And for this, you have to get out somehow from the logics of, I mean, not only consider the policy on cultural property, but also move on intellectual property, on legal structures, and this is where, for instance, just to mention one, we have a work with FAO on how to have legal structures that are appropriate for access to finance, and you do it with the private sector. You cannot reach, in my understanding, a very good policy for culture if you also don't look to the concrete side of the financing and investment. It's probably more prosaic, but it's quite relevant when you get into the concrete. And for that, you need the right laws, the right economic implementation, the right works in IP, and all of this is done by a holistic understanding of the friendly legal structure.
Wonderful. That's very well said, Professor. And to create that kind of intellectual property chain that you were talking about, we also need transparency, Mr. Ziad, don't we? So how important is transparency to PPP?
It is crucial. Obviously, public-private partnership is a polemic subject that in many countries there are issues with politics regarding it, but the countries that have adopted it and have implemented it correctly have been very successful. So we at the World Association of PPP Units and Professionals, what we strive for is to enlighten people, both government and companies, on the best practices. And transparency is one of those elements of the best practices. Because when you implement the PPP project correctly, it can be of tremendous help for the government's budget, for the users, for improving services, reducing costs, all kinds of benefits. When you don't implement it correctly, and unfortunately this happens a lot, then it is very problematic. PPPs are complex, so they involve issues of financing, legal, technical, environmental, social impact, political lobbying, public opinion, dealing with investors, both local and international, understanding the development bank's perspective. So a person, especially working in government, in PPP, really requires a lot of training. Now, there is an international certification called CP3P, which is like a CFA or a CPA, and it's 3 exams that you sit. So many countries have gotten a lot of their staff and trained in that and certified. Unfortunately, the private sector has not. And even consulting firms, I see consulting firms here in the Gulf area, for example. A lot of consulting firms are giving advice on PPP without their staff ever having been certified in PPP. And this is a problem. This is a problem. So we need to get people certified. And of course, at the end of the day, the most important thing for success of a public-private partnership initiative is political support. If there is no political support, if there's no championship by some important personality in the government, then projects don't happen.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Ziad. Dr. Abdulaziz, since you are the CEO at the Intellectual Property in Saudi Arabia, let me ask you about IP specifically. I mean, that's kind of the core of what we're talking about here anyways. So we are talking about building trust. We're talking about transparency. We're talking about having that relationship, that chain of relationship between the private sector and the governmental sector. How can we use IP, perhaps, to build that trust between parties?
شكرا فاطمة. I believe that the intellectual property will play an integral part in the whole process, and I'm glad that the IP came as an important axis of the discussion. Yes, we do have a gap, and we can bridge that gap as we advance in our cultural activities and educational activities. I believe this gap would happen between the user, the innovator. If we can link the gap between the user, the innovator, and the investor by protecting all the rights of all 3 parties. As soon as the investor believe that, if they believe that their investments are protected and the individual of innovation believe that their rights or copyrights will be protected, and also to understand if there's a need for any additional protection that will incur extra cost. Maybe we can find that link between the three parties. As soon as we reach that link between the three parties, we can reach that true partnership between the public and private sector, which is based on building on innovation and creativity. Education, culture, and science. The education will help us to create innovators, build the minds that will be passionate to create and innovate, to provide more to the rise of the nations in general, and the science that produced to us many of these innovations in the forms of patents or industrial models or other paths of intellectual property. But we're focused now on culture, because economies of countries are based on what is known as the orange economy. It's a true translation of a true partnership between the public and the private sector, with the participation and the contribution of the society to produce culture products that will have an impact on these countries of low income, build their economies to invest in the culture sector. Therefore, the culture sector will be a mainstream of income for the state. When we build on science and technology, we can protect all the products of,
Professor, perhaps
ensure the intellectual property rights are protected.
The hurdles that we might be facing and how to overcome it when trying to implement PPP. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, some of the issues were mentioned. One of these is, first of all, you need, this kind of projects normally involve big and small companies or entities. So one of the hurdles is to be able to understand the tailor-made solutions for each. Second, you have an international aspect. I mean, we were mentioning best practices, but also consider also international investments. There might be countries that don't need to receive inward investments, but they do are a situation where you have outward investments, and these again might be, might be risky and need that all systems somehow speak the same language. I'm not saying that they need to be standardized, but we need to have cultures, legal culture, to get closer. And this is another hurdle, because it means that you have to do it at the international level. The third hurdle is also because you normally not only have to look at investments, but also look at sort of supply chains, let's say, of kind of services, and having partnerships from abroad. Again, you need to give certainty and use rules and approach that are understood altogether. And I think there was a key word in innovation, in the sense that indeed you do have to work on innovation, new technologies, in everything which is digital. This is indeed something that is very good for young generation in education, but is fundamental also for the cultural sector. All these hurdles, in my understanding and for the kind of work I do, makes a sense if you are able to do it with international best practices for the kind of instruments that you have, because otherwise you cannot take profit of the fact that you cannot think only domestically, not any longer in life.
Yes, and perhaps also, Professor, having incentives to attract investors is also key when we talk about PPP. And Dalila, perhaps my next question will be to you. When it comes to incentives, what kind of incentives, from your experience, are best to have good responses from investors?
Yes, I think incentives, and I think Abu Zaid and have touched upon some of these issues. We have to have a conducive, environment. First, we need to have a regulatory framework and also financial support, because, I think intellectual property has been mentioned. There are several tools of intellectual property for inventors, creators. It ranges from patent, trademark, designs, trade secrets, many tools. But they need to use them. And for using them, we need to have the appropriate regulatory framework, but we need also, as I think our panel is discussing financing, we need to have also support, intellectual and financial support. And for the financial support, I would like to underscore, I think, the importance of innovation, transfer of technology, and all that, and the intangible assets, because if some economies, and especially in the OECD countries, are really developed, performing, and all that, it is because of the intangible assets, and we need to be aware. As we are here talking about in education, allow me to say that we need to have in education applicable, I think, science, because many countries don't attach great importance to applicable science, and those are very important. And small and medium enterprises, and the support to small and medium enterprises.
Wonderful.
And incentives are very key for small and medium enterprises.
Perfect, thank you, Ms. Dalila. Now, Mr. Ziad, what, from your experience, would you describe a healthy, correct PPP climate?
A healthy PPP climate is one where the government authorities have a lot of experience and training and speak the same language as the private sector, and where the private sector is willing to play by the rules of the game, and there's transparency and good governance, as I mentioned. Allow me to say that regarding investors and success of PPP projects, very important is de-risking. The concept of de-risking is the concept of, especially in emerging markets, of having multilateral financial institutions, for example, provide guarantees instead of providing loans, is the concept of managing the risks through insurance, and many other types of de-risking. This is very important to be able to attract investors. I'd like to comment also, if you allow me with some time, about the topic, as Doctor was saying, of our meeting today. So PPP can be very successful when implemented for things related to culture. For example, the Kunstmuseum in Düsseldorf is an example of cultural PPP. An example of schools in education. So there has been a lot of schools projects everywhere. Kazakhstan has done 600 projects. Egypt tried to do 1,000 schools, but then that failed because it was sort of over-optimistic, and you have to be able to manage it well. Now, Egypt has a lot better leadership in PPP, and they know better what to do, so they have been very successful in doing schools, the Emirates as well, and other places. And schools is a very tricky subject, because most countries think of a school in PPP, of getting somebody to build the school and provide the maintenance. In my opinion, this is a very poor decision. It should never be about building the school and maintaining it.
What's the right decision there?
The right decision is to bring a company that has expertise, especially in technology, in better education, etc., to provide the same curriculum of the government plus something else, in a very developed format, to bring value added to the school and not just build a building. Because building a building, especially if the government is paying for it, actually the government is better off using its own budget at a lower sovereign rate cost of funds than at the weighted average cost of capital of a private sector. And regarding the science, I'd like to mention that there's a lot that is happening in many places. Space PPP is becoming very important. You've seen private companies engage in space exploration. This is related there. The COVID experience has taught us a lot. So the agreements with Moderna and Pfizer during the COVID by the US government were PPP contracts. So there are many ways PPP can take many aspects. And it is important that all of us be aware in everything we do, you know, where can we bring the private sector in to take advantage of its capabilities.
And make sure they are certified to do so.
Absolutely.
Doctor, let me ask you about the National IP Strategy Initiatives. Could you tell us more about that, please?
بالتأكيد. يمكن زياد تحدث عن
Maybe Ziad, I think the similar common language will be of importance. Common language between both the private and public sector. Our main objective is to have a unified language, if you may, between the public and the private sector regarding the intellectual property. How can both parties speak in an understandable language by both parties to transform the non-tangible assets into tangible assets? How can we increase the value of the non-tangible assets, transforming it to tangible assets? Our efforts in the kingdom now is to plant the seeds that will help develop the relationship between the public and private sector. How can we establish small and medium enterprises? And even if we talk about individuals, many of our citizens built on their ambitions and with the support of the government entities to transform their ideas and products and services to products and services that can be built on from a national perspective. 93% of their value of the biggest 500 Fortune companies in the United States are non-tangible assets, and the remaining 7% are tangible assets. And the level of the kingdom here, in the year 2022, we reached 54% of non-tangible assets of the companies listed on the Tadawul exchange platform. We want to enlarge the value, not only in the major companies, but also with the small and medium enterprises. Therefore, the national strategy is built on the need for ideas and to transform these ideas to actual reality on the ground. Receiving a patent or receiving a license for an industrial model was important now to understand the concept of managing the intellectual property and to also invest in intellectual properties. As the owners of these patents might pay annual fees, these assets can be transformed into assets through sales and exchange. And the fourth axis related to implementing intellectual property. How can we ensure that each document of intellectual property is indeed protected in the kingdom and receives full protection in the kingdom? The public sector in the kingdom should establish for this type of relationship to support individuals and SMEs to ensure that the innovator in universities will have a return, a yield of these profits through their creativity and innovation curriculums that establish for true understanding of intellectual property. As the next generation will see that these efforts are included in the curriculum efforts that indeed will enhance trust and the willingness to participate and contribute to these processes, thus improving the relationship between the public and the private sector.
Agree. But I want to ask you about IP, since also you are an expert in that field. Yeah. I want to ask you about how we can actually implement it to the culture, science, and education sectors. I mean, Mr. Ziad touched on how we can implement PPP to those sectors, but how can we implement IP to support PPP in these sections?
Yes, I think he touched up also on the use of IP because it's very, very important. I think in many developing countries we see IP, this is for others.
But have you seen it, I mean, from your own experience?
No, we have to adopt these tools and implement them, you know. any one of us can be creator, you know. We are not born, you know, the like inventor, or we are all capable of that. We have to have the right tools and to use the IP tools. They are for all of us. Currently, we have a Director General coming from Singapore, and he's really insisting on helping and assisting member states in having a conducive environment for innovation, because innovation is key. And just to go back to what was said by Abu Zaid, I said the incentives, regulatory environment, but bridging also, I think, university and industry, whether it's public or private, I think. This is very important. It's what we call commercialization of results of research. Research has not to stay in the drawer. It has to go out. It has to be, you know, implemented. And the IP tools are there to help, in fact.
If used correctly and in
yes,
the right way,
yeah.
and for the right purposes.
Believe in IP, I think, is very important.
Lovely.
So, thank you.
Professor, since we are almost out of time, I wanted to hear from you. What advice would you give, whether it's the private sector, whether it's the government sector, on implementing PPP and creating the best outcome of it?
In the first place, I would go back to the original idea that we should follow when there are sort of international standards or best practices. Each of them should be tailor-made to the region or to the country. So you should have layers of understanding. We do need to have international standards, but these needs to be adapted to the region and to the country. In these exercises, you do also involve the private sector. So the advice is also to always involve the private sector, also for one simple thing, which is not simple. Yesterday, we discussed at many panels the SDGs. Now the point is that most of actions for SDG needs to be made by the market. So in any event, the government can do as much as it can, but you can't do all without the cooperation of the private sector. So involving the private sector also at the beginning of the process as an advice. The second advice, which is extremely difficult, and we touched upon that also yesterday, is in terms of monitoring and having policies to understand whether a system or an approach is in fact workable and what kind of results it gave in the specific case. And I think that was something that was also touched upon in the sense that you need to monitor how things go. And the third, if you allowed me, I'm sure you all have heard speaking of sandboxes or incubateur, because some countries don't like the concept of sandboxes. They prefer to work on laboratories or incubators. But the point is you also have a different way of regulate the market in innovation and startups when the public sector goes hand in hand with the private sector to stimulate innovation. And then you put everything in the same box, let's say, where you have IP, where intangible became tangible, where you have many things where the regulator doesn't simply fix the rules of the game, but does take part into the development. It's a change in public-private somehow. It's not public on the one side and private on the other side that sit together, but is real cooperation. And if you do so, in my understanding, you also even go cross-border. It seems theoretical, but is indeed very practical when you go to use the international instrument. And if you allowed me just one single word, because he was mentioning guarantees. And indeed, all these securities, it's It's technical, but all collateral securities, the financing in that case, loans and protection of loans. It's technical, but it's essential to ensure the private to permit the private market to really work. All of this is based on international standards that are already there for the most, and not only UNIDROIT, we have many other organizations that do this kind of job.
Thank you, Professor. Mr. Ziad, my question to you, perhaps my last question to you, and then I'll move to Dr. Abdelaziz. What would you say to those who are skeptical? Because, I mean, I know you are experts in the field and you trust the process and you believe in the process, but there are still people who are skeptical and don't believe in it. So what would you tell those who are skeptical?
Oh, it's very difficult. I mean, it's not something that you tell them. It's a lot of public communication, raising public awareness. It's related, it's really the political, the people, the politicians that need to do this work. It is not something that somebody is an expert on PPP and comes and says, PPP is great. Nobody's going to believe them because obviously, بالعربي بنقول كل واحد بيبيع زيتاته أو
In Arabic, we say like everybody sells that the originals.
It's up to really academics, politicians, people in media such as yourself to raise awareness about PPP and best practices.
Thanks for giving us the responsibility, Mr.
And I should say there's something else I want to mention before we end this session, is to say that this region, the MENA region, is very diverse, as you know. So you have countries that are way more advanced than others. And there are countries with governments that are visionary governments and countries where some governments really are way behind. Obviously, the governments and the countries that are way behind, you know, we wish them well. We hope they get to do better. But the countries that are already doing very well, I think is very important for us as Arabs and in the Arab world, for them to start thinking even beyond the initial phases. So in technology, and we're all talking about how technology is important, there's a lot that can be done on a PPP basis. The governments in the region have been working with cybersecurity and with private companies for a long time, so they have that experience. But now we're getting to a need to increase the data storage everywhere in the world because we're running out. We're not running out, but our need for data storage is increasing. So data centers that are done on a PPP basis become important. Artificial intelligence is going to consume a lot more data computing than what we have been used to so far. And whether it is related to e-government in general or whether it is related to improving the environment of and the living standards of people in those countries using AI is going to become extremely important. Governments cannot do this on their own. They are not able to accompany the speed of change in technology. So using the private sector is very important. And here, what becomes important is how to deal legally with the private sector. What are these contracts? How do the contracts apply? And to what terms? And how does the financing come? And all of these aspects become very, very important. So it is not just about the normal PPP that we have been used to, you know, build me a road. We have gotten to become way more advanced, and so real expertise is needed.
Wonderful. Beautifully said, Mr. Ziad. Doctor, I saw you nodding when I brought up skeptical people. Anything else you want to add?
يمكن
Maybe I think we need to convince those speculators. We need also to talk to them. We need to show them the true models to assure the rights and also to launch and to build trust and credibility. And we need to know that upon us and among us, there are initiatives. These initiatives are targeting, and we call partnerships throughout participations and contributions. And this is a real model through Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, through the global. We can call to the globe, to the international audience, that we are in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia calling for participation, and we have promising projects and schemes. And this is not really for Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. This is also to help the globe. We can see and sense immigration of thoughts, ideas, and notions. And the report was issued to 2022 actually represent and reflect that there are a certain amount of expertise they might be needed in the region. Therefore, we need to build and consolidate and to product and produce this project and to launch. And actually, those initiatives are being launched by Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. It's an open, loud announcement for all the countries in the region and in the globe to come and participate, and let's work together. Anything that could benefit us and our nations. Thank you very much, Doctor, for your field.
One or two successful examples that have implemented IP, perhaps in education or culture or science that you know of?
في نماذج كثيرة.
Are many actually examples for the patent are being registered, they being transformed into industrial products, and to protect certain entities and the intellectual property. It has a great impact actually. But Fatima, those are some violations, and those violations are very highly risky. The governments today are witnessing a great question: how could we protect and how can we protect all the products in the electronic cyber security, for example? So whatever happens in the cyber security, so throughout any digital activities, they are very highly risky. So therefore, the true examples and models, it has to be through systematic work, throughout those systematic activities, we be able to protect them. And for example, one of the brands that have been released in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and it was acquisition in United States. $45 million was just being acquired actually just because of the brand. So that franchise was being acquired. So that will be equal to $55 million. Those are examples. That examples have a great impact on reality. So that impact, it might also reflect, and this actually brand, it's a Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's brand, but yet it was adopted through business models and through partnerships and participation between the public and private sectors. Thank you very much, Dr. Abdulaziz.
For this session and joining us and providing all this informative information and inspiring ideas and solutions to overcome hurdles and problems that might face us when trying to implement PPP in the culture, science, and education sectors. Thank you so much. This is it for this session, ladies and gentlemen. Please.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please. That was a load of information, ladies and gentlemen. I know I enjoyed this session so much. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did, and I hope you came out of it with at least one or two benefits and ideas to implement and move on in this sector. Next up, we have a presentation. This presentation will be talking to us about situation analysis and World Heritage Sites in the West Asia region specifically. And talking about this topic will be the Regional Director for West Asia, IUCN ROA, Dr. Hani Al-Shayer. Please put your hands together for him.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. صباح الخير جميعا.
Peace be upon you all. Good morning.
I will shift a bit, and I'm going to talk about
So far,
environment and situation analysis about the biodiversity in West Asia region. It's really great opportunity here. So I would like to start with thanking the organizer for this great opportunity and this event. And the IUCN the regional office based in Amman. It's created in 2004. It's working in West Asia region. This is the Gulf countries and also Eastern Mediterranean countries. So quickly, our mission is just a world that values and conserve nature, and this is the main aim of the institution. And our mission, as you can see, influence, encourage, and assist societies, countries, state members, and also NGOs. I would assume it is the only institution, international organization. It's combined state members, which is countries, with NGOs, and also commission members. So all these components is working hand to hand together to enhance the situation of the biodiversity and environment globally and in the region. So every 4 years we conduct the Congress, and this Congress with the state members and also with our esteemed NGOs, we create the program. So we, as you can see, the new program from 21 till 24 is more wider, and we call it the 5R: recognize, retain, restore, rescue, and also reconnect, which contains all the environmental areas: land, water, climate, and oceans. And in the middle of this, the people, the societies, because we believe now in IUCN that at the end we are looking for human benefit. So in the region, if we look for our work in the region, IUCN has designed 4 programs. This is based on the needs of the region and also based on the challenge we have in West Asia region. The first one is the Protected Area Biodiversity and World Heritage Program. It's focusing, as you can see from the title, in enhancing and making the protected area and biodiversity effectively managed inside this region, and as well to declare more World Heritage Sites. So we have also the Water and Climate Change Program, which also, as you can see, our region is arid and semi-arid region. So the water problem is one of the big problems in our region. So we created water program, and also we combined it with the climate change threats. So it's all the time we are trying with the countries to make sure that we are managing the water resources in effective manner. The third one is the Dryland Livelihood and Gender Program, which is a unique program, and we're using our traditional knowledge in the region, from the HEMA concept to manage the drylands and make the restoration of some rangelands in West Asia region. Also, one of the programs we have, the Marine and Coastal Management Program. This is also one of the unique programs. All the coastline along the region has many challenges from development and threats coming from this development. So the priorities we're focusing on the regional scale, management effectiveness of the declared protected area. I'm arguing that around 70% of the declared protected area is already paper parks, so it's near the management effectiveness inside this declared protected area. Also, we are focusing in the key biodiversity area to be able to manage the key biodiversity area along the countries. The sustainability of funding is also one of our priority. I'm trying to go quickly so we can focus on some figures which for the benefit of the participants. So this is the knowledge. Quickly, this is some of the knowledge we present in the region. Red list, key biodiversity area in Kuwait, the marine biodiversity as well, surveys, and all of this knowledge, we IUCN all the time keen to present it in a yearly manner to make sure that we are managing in an effective manner. Also, we have some big initiative in the region, the green list, the red list. I'm sure most of you heard about the red list, species and habitats now. We are focusing to know what we have and what is endangered in the region. We have the panorama, the protected planet, and all of this need a presentation to present it to you. So this is the categories of the red list. This is one of the important initiative IUCN started it early. So on a regional level now we have data about the species and the habitats, focusing on the categories developed by IUCN. Also, this is the system we have in the region. So all the time from the situation analysis, we're trying to know the situation to be able to manage effectively. So this is the threats. We believe the urbanization till all the other categories, we are focusing on how to face these threats and to make the needed mitigations to be able to manage effectively. The habitats we have in the regions. Quickly also, this is the Green List initiative. This is when we found that 70% of the protected area is a paper park, we created this Green List. So it's a standards to make sure that this protected area is managed effectively and to arrive to the sustainability. So this is the site declared in the region. Also, we have the Green List potential site and also the declared site. Now we have 4 sites declared in the region, and we have 8 sites in the pipeline. Also, the World Heritage, IUCN is the advisory body of the World Heritage Site. So all the time we are keen to make sure with the state members and the countries to make sure that we declare more sites in the region. So 63 from the World Heritage side managed well. This is our IUCN outlook. 60 natural sites are monitored by IUCN, and also 3,500 practitioners have participated in capacity building program. This is the World Heritage Site along the world, and you can recognize that our region have only 5 natural World Heritage Site in West Asia region, which I believe that the region deserve more sites in the region. So thank you so much. Sorry for going quickly, but with the limited time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Hani. Very well said. Short, but definitely informative. So next, ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 talented speakers who will share their thoughts on situation analysis and World Heritage Sites in the West Asia region. Please welcome them on stage with me.
Your Excellencies, dear participants, good morning. My colleague Lydia and I are from UNESCO. We are honored to be here with you today and present to you the joint endeavors of UNESCO's culture and education sectors, building on the organization's unique mandates in the field of education and in the field of culture. We would like to thank first the Saudi National Commission for UNESCO and also Alexo for their kind and warm invitation. My name is Ke Leng. I work for the Cultural Policy and Development entity of UNESCO. The entity supports member states in their adaptation and device of cultural policies, and also advocates at various levels the transformative impact of culture to achieve sustainable development goals. I have the pleasure also have my colleague from education sector, Lydia, today.
Thank you, Ke. My name is Lydia Ruprecht, and I indeed work in the education sector within the Division for Peace and Sustainable Development, specifically on the field of global citizenship and peace education. So we are here on behalf of the two sectors, culture and education, working hand in hand, Keur and I, to talk to you today about how the nexus between culture and education can offer incredible opportunities and hope to address contemporary challenge. We also want to explain how UNESCO is actually doing and concretely doing in this field to reinforce this relationship. Now, today's world is faced with increasingly complex and fast-changing challenges, and we've discussed them over and over again, so we won't enumerate them now. But we all know that education, in the face of these challenges, can't be the magic bullet, but it can certainly play a big role in equipping people with the knowledge and skills to transform lives and economies and societies, and thus achieve sustainable development goals. Now, this message came across very clearly and strongly during the Transforming Education Summit that took place in New York in September, convened by the Secretary General of the United Nations. Education is, however, not the only engine for transformation. Culture also plays a major role in shifting mindsets in societies. Culture underpins and drives, sustains development, and though at times mistakenly perceived as a standalone policy domain, culture is a renewable resource that it can inspire profound change in all domains. Now, bringing culture and education together, we create a dynamic mix that can accelerate change. For example, a cultural approach to education can improve the quality of learning by enhancing its relevance to local needs and contexts. Now, by integrating a greater diversity of cultural expressions and ways of knowing in education content and curricula, education starts to connect people to its communities and to other communities, to their history and to their heritage, and also to that of others. Now, this gives learning a sense of meaning to learners. It builds their self-confidence, and ultimately, it improves their motivation to learn and certainly their ability to succeed. Now, bringing culture and education is not only good for education, we know that it's good for culture, and it's good for sustainable development more broadly. Education allows to develop new creative talents and build an innovative and adapted workforce for the creative industries. Culture and arts and creativity are the core competencies needed today for the evolving job market and are important assets for sustainable development and growth. Now, fostering creativity, and even at the smallest individual scale, in and through education, and upskilling interdisciplinary competencies improves employability at large in the long term as the world is faced with an ever-increasing technological and fast-change society. Okay, on to you.
Thus, at the request of the UNESCO member states in 2021, UNESCO developed an intersectoral program on learning for diversity, strengthening the synergies between culture and education to nurture inclusive, sustainable, and resilient societies. This is the first ever attempt of the organization to strengthen the ties between the entire culture and education sectors and to develop close working ties in exchange of knowledge, expertise, and experience, as well as to enhance learning experience and outcome. Seeing education through a cultural lens carries great potential, as explained by my dear colleague above. They would improve the quality of our learning and to help to achieve all sustainable development goals. It is precisely for this reason that the revision of the UNESCO 1974 recommendation concerning education for international understanding, cooperation, and peace and education related to human rights and fundamental freedoms incorporates this dimension, building on the cultural conventions adopted since 1974. Also at the policy level, the decision on a framework for culture and arts education, initiated by the United Arab Emirates, adopted at the 2011 session of the Executive Board of UNESCO in April 2021, requested the organization to revise the existing framework on arts education that considers these emerging issues and the ever-evolving culture and creative sector so as to contribute to expanded job opportunities in the culture and creative industries and also take into consideration the rapid digital transformation. A World Conference on Culture and Arts Education to be convened by the Director General of UNESCO and hosted by the United Arab Emirates will bring the adoption of this important framework in the Arab region.
So in the context of this work, this framework, UNESCO is actually leading 107 cross-sectoral initiatives across all regions to reinforce the synergies and building on these synergies between culture and education. Now, the diversity of the initiatives under this intersectoral program has been reinforced, of course, with UNESCO's other program areas, social human sciences, communication, so not just culture and education, but on a wide range of fields relating to education and culture. So we have heritage, museums, creativity, the arts, the heritage, intangible and tangible, working on peace education, education for global citizenship, sustainable development, media information, literacy, and more. Now, we'd like to give you a few concrete examples of what this actually looks like. And so we will now give you a few examples, and you'll see a few pictures here. At a global scale, UNESCO developed an online self-paced training program, a MOOC, on the connections between culture and sustainable development, which is now helping professionals work in these fields. We're also doing something similar on culture and education to bring these two professionals to understand each other, to understand where they're coming from and how they can concretely work together. There's work being done in Peru. The UNESCO Horizontes project is seeking to develop social emotional skills, bringing in cultural and tradition bearers in the education context, developing skills in citizenship and intercultural understanding. The objective is to provide learners with an education that is really relevant to their immediate context and their rural area. Now, the synergies that we see between culture and education are in this way expanding what we understand as learning spaces and going far beyond the classroom. So we see learning taking place in galleries, community centers, in parks, for example, and local community organizations in a diversity of ways.
Here, allow Lydia and I to particularly highlight a few UNESCO initiatives and projects that countries and actors from the Arab region have supported, testifying again the firm engagement of the region on culture and education synergies. When it comes to strengthening skilled adaptation and acquisition and fostering the professionalization in the field of culture, the potential of cultural institutions, including museums, has largely remained untapped. The Abba Leach Philanthropies Foundation Global of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has thus partnered since November last year with UNESCO to promote working with a broad spectrum of cultural institutions in pilot countries with the international experts to develop tools and pedagogies to harness the potential of culture and the arts for lifelong learning in everyday contexts. Learning in and through the arts, such as music, drama, dance, design, poetry, and more, is another means of improving learning outcomes. It fosters social and emotional learning and stimulates creativity, imagination, and innovation, which are all critical to find sustainable solutions to our challenges. Through a project entitled Turdad Youth, part of UNESCO Lee Beirut initiative, UNESCO is helping learners to deal with difficult subjects that affect their lives. The program ran activities in 5 schools affected by the 2020 Beirut port blast, targeting 150 students and teachers with the participants of 70 artists from 4 disciplines, from theater to music, comic, and cinema. Through the arts, children are developing peace building and civic skills and learning to respect cultural diversity. Another example is the International Day of Islamic Art, celebrated every year on 18th of November, at the initiative of Kingdom of Bahrain and adopted by the UNESCO General Conference in 2019. This day encouraged the appreciation of Islamic art, which has inspired other artistic movements from other parts of the world, but also contributes to cultural diversity, protection of cultural diversity, and intercultural dialogue. Marking the day is also a way to foster tolerance between peoples and support cultural rapprochement, both of which are possible through the power of art. Mother tongue education and multilingual education offer similar benefits. This does not only contribute to quality learning outcomes, but also to foster creativity. In a preliminary study, thanking to the general support of Sultan bin Abdul Aziz Foundation of Kingdom Saudi Arabia, it confirms the unifying force of the Arabic language, its anchorage in the cultural identity of the region, the numerous ways in which it sustains the cultural landscape, including the digital environment, and the potential which it represents in a region grappled at times by conflicts.
Well, through the work that we're doing, our aim is essentially to shed light on how culture and education can really work together at concrete levels in very practical ways as well to enhance their respective goals and to accelerate progress in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals in agile ways and building peaceful societies. Now, the intersectoral approach is critical to providing new generations with new opportunities. We would talk about a pedagogy of hope, bringing hope to young people and innovation in various ways and dimensions of society, building with and working with a variety of actors across society, governments at different levels, civil society, organizations, foundations, and private sector, of course. Now, we sincerely hope that we have here and beyond this circle a growing number of partners interested in associating with UNESCO and joining this quite innovative initiative to expand the reach and the impact of the work that is already ongoing. So if you'd like to know more about this work, we invite you to consult the websites that you see on the screen here. And there you will have all the detailed information on each of these projects and also learn more about the policy framework that is this exciting work that's being developed around arts and culture education that will be discussed here in the region and UAE in December. And we look forward as well to having side conversations with you on this work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed to UNESCO, talking about the synergies between culture and education. And more information can be found, of course, on their website and on ours. Time now to focus on human development when it comes to culture and education. And I'm delighted to welcome to the stage to give a presentation Yangcheng Zhang, the Chief Statistician for HDRO at the UNDP. Please welcome her.
Good morning. Thanks to the UNESCO and NSC to invite United Nations Development Program, UNDP, to the forum. As the Chief Statistician of UNDP, my main job is to produce the Human Development Index published in our annual Human Development Reports. So today, I will speak very briefly on education, empowerment, and human development, drawn from the 30 years reports and index we produce at UNDP. I have 3 points to make. First, education plays a very important role in many countries' human development progress. So our reports and Human Development Index were created in 1990, based on Professor Amartya Sen's capabilities approach. Human development is about expanding individuals' capabilities, enabling them to do what they want to do, to be who they want to be. Then, over the last 30 years, we have been writing research, but also produce statistics to track the progress of human development. The Human Development Index, HDI, is a very simple composite index. I couldn't agree with Her Highness Princess Haifa yesterday, the powerfulness of a simple composite index. I think the fact that HDI remains relevant and still very popular as a development indicator to track the progress nowadays is because it is simple, it is very easy to understand, interpret, and communicate. Then the production process is very transparent. So we have been calculating HDI every year for 191 countries and territories. So we have a time series from 1990 till 2021. Then this rich set of data tells us something. The education progress contributed to many countries' human development scores improvement over the years, including Saudi Arabia. So today, my talk will be very brief, so I'm not showing the data, but please come to our website, HDRO Data Center. You have all the data there, time series for HDI, but also other indices showing different aspects of human development, sustainable development, related to capabilities. Then this composite index is very simple, 3 dimensions: health, education, standard of living. We use 4 indicators in the calculation: life expectancy for health, expected year schooling, mean year schooling for education, gross national income per capita for standard of living. So when we use these 4 indicators data in the computation of HDI, we can easily track how each of the indicators contribute to the improvement in the HDI score. So this is my first message. So I really encourage you to take a look at our data online. It's all public, and the methodology notes are also available. So the second message, or the second point I want to make today is, the forum yesterday and today is really forward-looking, has discussed many new trends, many new ideas, many new opportunities. But there are still existing gaps and barriers to address. Take educational data, for example. When we are calculating our HDI every year, we spend a tremendous amount of time on education indicators. Why? Because so many missing data. So what to do about it? So in the office, we use different methodologies, trying to come up with the best imputation we can. But as my colleague, UNESCO colleague Said rightly pointed out yesterday, when there's no national data, there's no international data. When there's no international data, I would say there's no way to precisely track or monitor the progress or lack of progress on human development or sustainable development. So enhancing the statistical capacity of the countries is very, very important. It's mentioned again and again, but still work needs to be done. Then the third point I want to make today is the concept of education and the measurement of it has been evolving constantly. So what does that mean? For me, it means we need to be open-minded when we discuss education policies, strategies, or investments. So the research we have been doing in our office, for example, shows educational inequalities for basic capabilities have been shrinking. So if you look at enrollment ratio for primary school, primary education, or literacy rate, you can see these indicators have been improving in almost all the countries. Then the gaps have been shrinking. As education is often called the equalizer of the societies, but we also observe inequalities have persisted within societies and across societies. So how can we explain that? In our 2019 report, for example, we look at the achievements in basic capabilities versus enhanced capabilities. In terms of education, instead of looking at primary education, if you look at secondary, tertiary education, or high-quality education at all levels, then you actually see the gaps between countries, and even within countries, cross groups have been enlarging. So it is this inequality in enhanced capabilities that have contributed to the increasing inequalities. Then take another example. When we look at education, how education contributed to human development progress or individual well-being improvement, we discovered it's not only about education in terms of cognitive skills, but also about other important skills, social skills, and emotional skills. Many things have not been taught at school, but these skills are very important for individual well-being. How to deal with stress, how to take care of your diet, how to plan your personal finance. These are not taught yet in our curriculum. So we need to be open-minded. What we need to talk about education, what it is, and also how to measure it. So to close my talk, I want to invite you to our website, then to discover our data, then to contact our office if you have any questions or if you have any research ideas we can collaborate with. Thank you very much.
Fantastic presentation. Indeed, I think we'd all agree so much still needs to be covered and added to the curriculum. As well as IQ, we must have EQ and personal finance, emotional intelligence education. Moving on swiftly and keeping human development at the core of our discussion, we're integrating it with the world of finance. How do we not just ethically but impactfully invest? I have two fantastic guests and I know that you'll enjoy hearing from them. The theme is going to be how do we make an impact and how can we allow impact investing to really expand the ecosystem. So please put your hands together for my guests as they make their way to the stage. Good morning, gentlemen. Nice to see you. How are you today?
Great.
Wow. Are you enjoying the forum so far?
It's been fantastic. It's been
Very
enlightening.
It's amazing, isn't it? Ladies and gentlemen, to my left, I have Andre Benin. He is the managing partner at Rethink Education Capital Partners. And I'm also joined by Dr. Saba Al-Binali. He is the executive chairman of Our Crowd Arabia. So thank you for your time, gentlemen. This is an interesting panel. And we have two sides of the story here. Basically, let me start with you first, Andre. At the very beating heart of what you do, what drives you is mission investing, isn't it? Right. You're all about the double bottom line. Explain to our audience exactly what that means.
So in terms of impact investing, a lot of folks would describe it as the process of making investments with the idea of generating social and environmental returns in addition to financial return. At the core, what we do is mission-driven investments. We want to make sure that we are, specifically in our firm, our goal is to be able to unlock human potential in every individual across the globe. And by doing that, we put capital to work in companies that are tech-enabled in education.
Thank you. And just to underline it, if we're looking at returns on investment, you don't see that impact and returns should be mutually exclusive. We can have both. They can coalesce.
That's correct. So there's a concept named Impact Alpha. So when you talk about Impact Alpha, you're essentially describing the concept of generating financial return alongside impact metrics. So the idea is it's not just you're not just generating financial return, like you're actually generating impact returns as well. And impact is whether it be number of students served or learners that are getting some sort of economic mobility. For us, like when we look at our own SDG goals that we follow in our firm, is 1, 4, and 8. So.
I'm going to come on to how you do that and the kind of returns that you are generating in just a moment. But Dr. Saba, let me come to you. Welcome again.
Thank you.
By contrast, you are a pure VC fund at Our Crowd, as opposed to a pure impact one. But now things are changing. Tell us how. Tell us a bit more about the organization and where you are.
So the organization is a global VC with $2.1 billion AUM. And this was sort of a reverse PPP. We didn't go to an organization and ask what to do. An organization came to us and said, hey, how can we work together? That's the WHO Foundation. And they said, look, we can open markets to you for the right products and services for your right startups. The low and middle income countries. And we said, okay, that's great because entrepreneurs all want to go to Europe or the US. And so with them, we put together a fund, which we announced late last year, and we're working to finalize, that will invest in global health equality in low-income countries. Not invest in them, sorry, invest in products and services that will support proving solutions to the challenges in low-income countries by a triple impact. One is that we ask them for a pledge for accessibility, that they pledge to make their services and products accessible. Two, we're not asking for money from the organization. And three, in fact, we're giving 1/3 of our economics back to the WHO Foundation.
When you talk about the WHO Foundation as opposed to just the WHO, it's quite different, isn't it? If I may ask, why now? Is the timing important at all? Is it just because they approached you, or was this something that you thought was important to incorporate in your assets under management?
Well, the Arabia angle is, for our crowd, was new. And I helped open their eyes on how looking at the Gulf in particular as a landing pad for not just MENA, but Africa and South and Southeast Asia is what got them thinking about, you know, what works here, what doesn't work, how do we change our strategy? And that led to these conversations.
Okay. And do we have a launch date for the funds, dare I ask?
Regulators won't allow me to give, but this year.
Watch this space. It's coming soon. Breaking news coming soon.
Inshallah.
Thank you. Andre, let me come to you. What's in your portfolio?
So when you look at our portfolio, so maybe let me take a few steps back in terms of Rethink Education. So our firm, we're an early stage VC firm based out of New York. We're investing out of our third fund. Our total, very similar to our crowd, like our total AUM across our broader platform is close to $3 billion, and then within our education strategy, it's close to a little over $300 million. We invest across the full spectrum of education, so we go as early childhood all the way up to workforce and lifelong learning. Now, if you were to break down our portfolio in terms of percentages, I'll say about 50% of it is in workforce and lifelong learning. About 35% of it is in K-12, and then the remaining bits is between early childhood and higher ed. But I'll say where I spend most of my time is between workforce and K-12. I see a lot of opportunities at the intersection of workforce and K-12.
What anecdotes can you share about how this is actually making a difference? Because it's probably fair to say that a lot of us who may choose to invest have a fair idea about how the money is allocated, or even if it is in an impact or ethical or ESG fund, we have a general guide as to where it's being divvied up. But what is the end result? Who is directly impacted by this investment?
For us, the human is at the core of what we do. So whether it be the learner, whether it be like a student in K-12, the child in early childhood, the learner is at the core of the investments that we do, because education is directly tied to the human being. So that's the outcome. Now, when you think about like how we invest, like we're as impact investors, we want to make sure that the capital that we put to work is directly impacting these learners. And from a screening standpoint, when we look at an investment or a potential opportunity, if there's no clear impact story to the opportunity, we will likely pass on it. But that doesn't mean that we're concessioning our return. We're still finding really good deals, and we're still able to generate a decent amount of returns for our limited partners.
How do you find that out? What is your due diligence process when you get that first call? What screening takes place to make sure that people are actually doing what they say they're doing?
So it's interesting because, so if you look across our entire portfolio, I'll say very rarely have we seen a company that's drifted off mission. And for us, like asking questions around impact is something that we do at the very beginning of our screening process. So from call number one, before I move it on, if I'm taking a call as a partner with a potential entrepreneur, like I asked about, okay, like are you, how mission driven are you? Like is this product impacting learners? Is this product who is it impacting? Because we tend to invest in B2B businesses, like we want to shift the burden of payments away from the actual learner. Mm-hmm. So it's directly tied to the company that we invest in are charging like institutions, whether it be higher rating institutions, school districts, government, et cetera. And from an impact perspective, it reduces the burden that's placed on the learner and on their families, because for us, we invest in learners that are from the most vulnerable learners and from the most underserved populations. So I'll give you a brief anecdote, and I'll pass on to Sabah. In our portfolio last year, in our impact report, we served about 90 plus million learners. And of those learners, I'll say about 23 million of them were from underrepresented background and also from very underrepresented, from a socioeconomic standpoint, demographic.
Thank you very much. Dr. Saber, let me come to you with a similar question. How do we measure what we hear is being done, what people tell us in their access pledges is going to be done?
For us, it's, for us it's more carrot, because startups always need more money. So if they don't stick to it, we're not going to give them the money. That's the first point. The second point is we're not necessarily looking at companies that have an impact only on low-income countries and economies. For example, one medical company we're invested in has found an oral booster for COVID that is much, much cheaper than current. Now, this will take the current high-income countries by storm, but it's great also for the low and middle income countries. So for us, it's a more holistic approach, and it's about saying to them and working with them and saying, here's a WHO foundation, we're working with them to help you expand your market. You know, yes, go for the rich market, but here's how you can expand your market to 4 billion more people.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because this is quite a departure, maybe from traditional models of investment, and certainly when it comes to the VC landscape. How easy a sell is it, either with institutional investors, but also critically the retail investor?
Well, for us, it's actually an easy sell because we're putting our own money in, right? So first we put in our money, then we ask them. So there was an earlier panel discussion about educating people on PPP and so on. But I think, you know, this is all new to me. I've learned like 1,000% more than I knew in this forum. And I think maybe one of the things is we should bring more investment managers to learn. But one of the things is that, you know, when you look at impact, it doesn't just have to be on the capital structure lending, and it doesn't just have to be loans. And what's happening with us is we were educated not on how to work, but on the opportunities. You know, that there are certain products, certain services that you know, organizations and governments can help us roll out from these startups. So again, and you know, the other axis is that the implication seems to be when they say private sector, you know, MNCs, big private companies, whereas here we're missing a complementary, I would say, arm, which is higher risk, but we're taking the risk already. This is just about extending the reward to other markets.
When do you see more players entering the market to fill that gap?
When people like Andre and myself are successful.
Good point.
Good point. You will be
That's-
successful,
I mean,
obviously, and it starts here.
That's capitalism, right? So if we're coming from the investor side. We have a different.
Yes, it's alive and kicking.
Yeah.
But that's what this forum is all about. And arguably, yes, we do need more of the financial institutions' input, not least because we're seeing a very different changing landscape of VC, PPPs with a twist, and a bigger beating heart to these financial organizations. That's what we want to see. In terms of investor appetite, let me ask you a similar question, Andre. How would you gauge it right now? Not least because we have a very challenging global situation, the cost of living crisis, the energy crisis, still a lot of countries reeling from COVID. So what is investor appetite for ethical and impact investing versus conventional, where they would probably see, quicker, safer, higher returns?
Well, one piece that's very interesting in this specific asset class, and that was, like I was an LP as well, so I was on the other side of the table making investment in funds as well.
Side.
There you go. So I came. Folks always say you went to the dark side. I don't consider it the dark side. I think it's the good side. But just putting my former LP hat on, when like in downturns, it's safer to park your money in assets like private equity because the hold time is is longer. So the lockup is longer, so it makes it a bit easier. Now, with respect to the current market and current dynamics, it's for us as investors, or specifically VCs, it's a good time because there's a lot of downward pressure on valuation. So meaning that companies are not as expensive to put money in, and we're deploying a lot of capital right now. Like we're not sitting on our dry powder. We're putting capital to work, and I think a lot of investors will find that this is a time to make investments into companies that are very mission driven, and for us, it makes sense to invest right now instead of parking our money and holding on to our money. Now, on the LP side, I'm seeing a lot of mission driven LPs that are still putting capital to work and that are still making commitments to fund managers. Now, a lot of the pension funds, they're not very familiar with impact investing. And even when they're familiar with impact investing, they still have restrictions around how much percentage they can occupy of any given fund. So typically it's like 10%. So for VCs, because the funds that we raise are sub 200, and these pension funds they're putting to work 50 million. There's a broader debate in terms of how do pension funds and even sovereign wealth funds, for that matter, change their investment policy statement to allocate and open up room for VCs in this specific asset class. And I think it's doable, especially if you have the right partner. Going back to PPP, having the right partner and understanding how mission driven is still creating value, not only from a financial return side, but also from an impact side. And with respect to return and piggybacking off of what Sabah said, there is real opportunity, and yes, it's incumbent upon managers like ourselves to be able to set the right track record and return a significant amount of capital back to our LPs while generating a significant amount of impact.
Absolutely. It's that double bottom line. We keep 100%. Coming back to that.
Yep.
A lot of this seems to come back to education, not least even with the governments and the sovereign wealth funds, the access, the information that's available, the retail investor, how do people get involved and what needs to be done. How do we improve upon that, number one, to you both? And secondly, do we need any more policies, frameworks, standardization to really get this off the ground? Sabah, I'll come to you.
So I'll start by saying that our crowd comes a little differently at this. We're financial first. So what goes into our impact fund are companies that we see have a return, but we can unlock more value by adding that impact element. So from our point of view, what I'd like is to visit more of forums like this and speak to people and brainstorm to understand not coming from the impact, but it has to have a return. But if it has a return, how can we extract impact from that? And if we can, it goes into this bucket. If we can't, we have other buckets for it to stay in. And in terms of regulatory, because of the way we come at it, all I say is just make it easier for us to raise funds. So this is really the Capital Markets Authority. Other than that, I'm not really looking for more than, how can we unlock in our portfolio or future portfolios impact on countries that want it and need it.
Thank you. Andre, speak to power, speak to the sovereign wealth funds, speak to the capital markets. What's your message for them?
I'll say, so education is a global issue, and we've all sat here and listened to all the wonderful panelists that have talked about education and the impact around education. I want to say, and I want to make sure I get this quote right. I believe it was her Royal Highness Princess Haifa that said, "You cannot reduce poverty without education." Yesterday. Now, when you think about education, it doesn't mean to one very similar to our mission, unlocking human potential, but it's also a means to social mobility. So without education, you cannot move forward. And for folks that are in the audience, there is education as a subsector of a broader investment portfolio is important, and achieving impact. Again, when I'm an education investor, I can only speak with respect to my own lane. I think education has impact built into it in its DNA, and because it's a global issue, there are a lot of folks, there are a lot of companies that are looking to innovate around education, and it's incumbent upon countries that are passionate about education to help these founders gain access to their markets and to be able to leverage their products into their ecosystem. Now, on the other side, with respect to investors, very similar to what Sabah said, just open the door for us to be able to come in and to invest into these companies and to help them scale their operation and scale their companies, scale their products in your markets. I think for us as specifically as education investors, we see a huge opportunity in emerging markets. I think whether it be in the MENA region, in Africa, we again, just given the population dynamics, I think I was chatting with an individual here in Saudi that said the population would likely double. So creating the right infrastructure for innovation to happen, I think, is very important, and that's something that could be done at the government level.
Thank you. Just in conclusion, Sabah, let me come to you about the growth prospects for the MENA region and, of course, in the kingdom in which we sit. What's your outlook for this year?
Growth overall?
Growth overall and growth for the funds, impact investing in the region.
I think it's big. I think that the Gulf is becoming be seen as an important financial nexus with what's happening as risk around the world increases, global trade contracts. That using the Gulf as a gateway to these new areas is very important. I think the innovation is going to take time for us to catch up on the innovation side, but that doesn't mean that we cannot bring or attract, I should say, startups from around the world that want to expand into Africa, Middle East, and in Southeast Asia. We cannot bring them here, help set them up, help them with the manufacturing, help them with distribution, and that I see as a big part of contributing to the growth for the region.
Huge opportunity and huge growth prospects. Very quickly, gentlemen, let me come to you with a closing thought. We sit here at this magnificent forum. We're very pleased that you could join us. Thank you for being here. You've mentioned how you've both learned so much. We continue to learn from each other. That's what this crucible, this nexus of education, science, and culture is all about. What's the most memorable conversation you've had at the forum so far, or your most impactful moment? Andre.
So first of all, just want to say thank you for having me. I think it's been a phenomenal forum. Just being able to meet everyone here and like share of the energy around and share the energy and passion around education and culture has been phenomenal. I'll say I can't pinpoint like a specific conversation, but again, like just listening to the quote that I mentioned earlier, how education is it's the way to combat poverty, was very impactful to me, and they really resonated because that's what I do for a living. That's what I do every single day. How am I investing in products that are really helping to unlock human potential?
Thank you. Dr. Saba Feskioff, what does it mean to you?
So I think the conversation or the part that hit me was this morning that there's a gap of 2.5 trillion. And what hit me is that, is that 2.5 trillion with the current infrastructure and technology? And we can close it one way by raising more money. We can close it another way via innovation and entrepreneurship to have a greater impact with the current funds that are coming in.
Exactly. Impact is the word of the day and the word of our panel indeed. So please join me in thanking my esteemed guests for their contribution today.
Thank you.
Wow, so much to say. Fantastic contributors, part of the stellar lineup that we have here at the forum. Thank you for their time. Moving on next, it's time to hear from one of our hosts, and the subject is Arab scientific mobility and why we need it. That's the question that we're asking, and to deliver all the answers, I'm delighted to say that we'll be joined by Professor Dr. Mohammed Sanad Abu Dawish. He is the Director of the Science and Scientific Research Directorate at Alexo. Please give him a very warm welcome.
Assalamu alaikum.
Greetings and peace be.
Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, it is my great pleasure and honor to be with you today in this great, distinguished educational, cultural, and scientific gathering. From my point of view, I think that the most concise and precise words that are describing the science mobility are the words of John Oppenheimer, the father of atom bomb, when he said that the best way to send information is to wrap it up in a person. In other words, we can say that the science mobility is a key aspect to improve scientific research, or it is the brain circulation. However, several articles, reviews, and manuscripts reported the status and the situation of the international science mobility. Among these articles, one of the most interesting articles that I'm advising you to read it is the article authored by Jamal Al-Awahi from Clarivate, in which he analyzing the scientific mobility and collaboration in the Middle East and North Africa. However, all of these articles revealed that the science mobility and the science impact is indirect or directly proportional with the international collaboration. However, further interesting article that is studying and describing the situation of the Arab science mobility is the article published by Kathleen A. Campbell in the Science and Diplomacy Journal. This is an article entitled Science Diplomacy in Arab Countries, the Need for Paradigm Shift. However, the authors conclude two main conclusions, whereas the first one, that Arabian countries should invest more time, effort, and resources in creating programs to promote intra-Arab brain circulation. Furthermore, they concluded that the similarities of culture and experience, coupled with a common language and history of scientific achievement in Arabic countries, make collaboration an appeal strategy. With the exhibition for the Zamalat program, the program funded by the Arab Fund for Social and Economic Development in Kuwait, there is no other specific Arab science mobility program. However, the Zamalat program is designed to fund a one-year outgoing mobility of Arab professors from Arab countries to the other international destinations or institutions. However, since its inception in 1997 till 2021, the program has awarded about 177 scholarships to Arab researchers from various areas of specializations. That is meaning only 7 scholars per year. Indeed, there are several international programs concerning international scientific mobility. For example, the Fulbright program funded by the United States of America, Marie Curie, and the Erasmus Mundus program funded by the European Union, DAD and von Humboldt programs funded by Germany, and the Global Professorship of the British Academy funded by the United Kingdom. Upon these facts and figures, the question that can be raised, do we need an Arab science mobility program? I think that the wise and the correct answer for this question, yes, we need. And we should invest more time, efforts, and resources in creating programs to promote intra-Arab brain circulation and the mobility of youth across the region. For this reason, we can think together to design a distinguished Arab science mobility program that not only target Arab scholars, but also scholars from entire the world. And here can be several types of this mobility by destination. For example, Arab-Arab mobility from Arab countries to other Arab countries, Arab international mobility from Arab countries to other international destination, international Arab mobility from international destination to the Arab countries. And we can target senior researchers, junior researchers, undergraduate students, Arab female researchers, and entrepreneurs. However, the term of these scholarships can be short-term, long-term, and mid-term. Finally, I think that this is one of the sweet dreams, and working together, collaborating together, we can convert our dreams to the reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Mohammed Abu Darwish. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, we have our esteemed speaker who will be talking to us about entrepreneurial approaches in art and culture. So please put your hands together and welcome on stage Rima Mismar, the Executive Director of Arab Fund for Arts and Culture.
Good morning. صباح الخير جميعا. شكرا لحضوركم.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the organizers.
Here and for being so many. A very big thank you to the organizers for bringing us together, all three sectors of education, culture, and science, to this very timely discussion around cross-sectoral collaborations. I am Rima Mismar, the Executive Director of the Arab Fund for Arts and Culture, AFAQ. It's known by AFAQ. And I am here to present and share with you one of our flagship programs, the Arts and Culture Entrepreneurship Program, which is dedicated to strengthening Arab cultural organizations. But allow me first to give you a bit of an overview of what we do and how ACE, the program that I am going to share with you as a case study, fits within the whole context of what AFAQ does. So, AFAQ is an independent organization that was founded in 2007 as a response to the huge lack of resources in the Arab region to support culture and the arts, and is currently the only organization that supports all the spectrum of artistic disciplines and cultural endeavors. We work across 5 strategic areas, which are grant making, trainings, and capacity building, knowledge production, audience cultivation, and broadening the pool of supporters for the arts and culture. Our 9 grants programs that you can see on the screen are run annually through open calls that are accessible to artists and cultural workers across the Arab region and in diaspora, as well as to art and culture organizations. Our grants are distributed annually through jury processes. Juries change every year, and our grants are distributed with no strings attached. That means no topics, no themes. It's basically tapping into the creativity of the Arab region and supporting the creative voices. We receive annually between 1,500 and 1,700 applications, and we are able, with our resources, to support up to 250 projects only, which amounts to maximum of 15%. So these are the programs: performing arts, visual arts, film, documentary, photography, training and regional events, music, creative and critical writings, and many others. In 15 years, we processed around 18,200 applications and supported around 3,000 projects with a total of $33.3 million. In 2017, and on the occasion of our 10th anniversary, we took a step back to evaluate our work and imagine the next 10 years. We conducted an external evaluation of our work and a study of the arts and culture landscape across the Arab region in the aim of collecting recommendations from our community and stakeholders. The recommendations that we received from the sector can be grouped under 3 main areas. First one is for AFAQ to design more schemes to support distribution, dissemination, and circulation of cultural and artistic works, because until then, we were supporting only production. Number 2, designing more capacity building programs. And number 3, supporting organizations beyond activities and projects. And this last recommendation is the one that I want to tackle today, which we tried to address through our program, Arts and Culture Entrepreneurship. And essentially, this was a recommendation that came to us very obvious in the sense that we, as an organization that is running all the time to secure its funds, to support the arts and culture community across the Arab region, we are also faced with we were faced at the beginning with the challenge of only being supported for projects and activities, whereas what we need is long-term support, is core support that allows us to strengthen our internal capacities and also to be able to plan and strategize. So looking at the landscape of arts and culture institutions, a major challenge for emerging and to a large extent established ones in the Arab region is the ability to grow, think strategically, and remain viable. This is due to contextual, infrastructural, and institutional factors, such as lack of public funding and independent resources, limited knowledge about alternative sources of income, fragile institutional structures, and lack of local trainers and expertise. It's the fact that organizations across the Arab region, in arts and culture specifically, are always running after funds to support their activities. They have very little time, no resources at all to be able to sit back, to plan for the future, and to think also of how to strengthen their internal capacities. And so, as a response to this, ACE came. So it is a program that basically was designed to provide a creative environment for small and medium cultural organizations to re-examine their mission in light of a rapidly changing globalized world, reassess their relevance to their stakeholders, get inspired by peer institutions in other sectors and geographies facing the same or similar challenges and opportunities, and acquiring new skills and capacities to increase the impact of their work in their respective communities. The program is built around workshops, one-on-one mentorship to tackle the specific needs of the organizations, training of trainers, and an incentive grant. So the program is delivered during 3 extensive workshops of 5 days each, with a focus on entrepreneurship, design thinking, mobilizing resources, communications and storytelling, learning from other sectors, learning from peer institutions, governance, and understanding the context. So basically what we're looking at here is how can we think of our organizations in arts and culture, how can we think of areas in our organizations that can actually provide us with a leeway to sustainability at one point. And to do that, we cannot do it alone. We have to benefit from other sectors, from other institutions, from other geographical areas that had also had case studies that are successful. So under the different modules, many topics are being tackled. So for example, when we speak of design thinking, it is basically teaching the organizations how to apply human-centered design methods, mindsets, and behaviors to their new programs. When we speak of fundraising and donor relations, it's exploring public and corporate sectors and individual philanthropy, diversification of funding, and income-generating activities. Communications and storytelling is about alignment of strategy, goal, and message, designing tools to disseminate and to reach out to audiences. And then when we look at other sectors, we're trying to learn from tech sector and microfinance. We are looking at inspiring case studies from peer institutions in Africa, the Indian subcontinent, and South America, also to shift a bit the dynamics and look at examples that are also a bit similar to us in terms of the challenges that they are facing. And then of leadership, when we speak of leadership, it's talking about the 3 levels of leading the self, leading others, and then arriving at leading a vision, which is basically the organization. And of course, the other parts of the training is on impact investment, business models, how to measure impact, how to understand the context where the organizations are working, understand where the wealth is concentrated, what are the trends in giving, and how can they understand fundraising and mobilizing resources as a partnership and not only a transactional process. In addition to the different modules of the program, then we have also the reality of things is that institutions, although the program is a high-level inspiring program, we still felt that organizations needed support in certain areas, and this is where the specialized or tailored mentorship came in to actually train them in the areas that they identify as being priority to grow their organizations. The third component is training of trainers, which is also a way to look at providing a pool of experts and mentors in the region, and not only always looking outside the region when we want to have experts to benefit institutions. So far, the program has run for 4 years. It supported so far 32 cultural entities, 64 cultural managers representing the entities, and 17 co-pilots who are basically the trainers whom we trained through the program and are now available to support the institutions in their different localities. I still have no many minutes, but I want to actually end. I want to leave you with a few thoughts that were inspired by the discussions that we've heard yesterday and today. And speaking of collaborations, I just wanted to say that the thoughts that I want to leave you with are basically derived from our experience as an organization that has been working relentlessly over the past 15 years to mobilize resources and diversify its funds. As we stand today, we are an Arab fund dedicated to supporting arts and culture in the Arab region, yet more than 85% of our funds are coming from non-Arab resources. In order to secure a future of some sort for cultural organizations in the Arab region, we need to shift this paradigm. Each of us needs to contribute their piece to the bigger puzzle. The public sector by acknowledging culture as a basic need and the right to culture as part of human rights, and not a luxury as it is often portrayed. And by supporting culture through a holistic approach, through investing in infrastructure, rolling out policies, tax incentives, and offering direct support to cultural practitioners. It's also the responsibility of the private sector to invest in culture as part of their corporate social responsibility and triple bottom line. It's the responsibility of individual givers by going beyond the charity and realizing that the return on investment in culture is a better future for our region, more open societies, and retainment of brains and talents. It's also the responsibility of international donor organizations that need to strategize with their partners on the ground, to think less of individual projects and direct impact, and more of an accumulation and abundance of cultural work that can incur change over time, and not to be stuck in metrics, by understanding that stories about people are more indicative than numbers, and that feelings can be neither quantified nor evaluated. And it is also the future of cultural organizations is also the responsibility of the cultural organizations themselves, by keeping sight of their own priorities and mandates, adopting a bottom-up approach to designing programs, allowing the space for experimentation and even failure, standing in solidarity with each other, appreciating collaborations beyond the transactional factor, and continuously reflecting on the work that they do and ask the right questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lima, for leaving us with those thoughts, and definitely asking the right questions is key when we are talking about education, culture, and science. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to reboost our energy and have time to mingle and network with one another. Perhaps we'll break for a quick lunch, and then we will see you back at 1:15 for the breakout sessions, as we promised you this morning. So 1:15, we will have our first breakout session. It'll start, we will have one here in this room, and there's 2 others upstairs that you can enjoy. And then 2:15, we will also be back here for our following sessions. Please enjoy your lunch and have a wonderful networking time. Thank you.
Your Royal Highness, Excellencies, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed the breakout session and a fabulous lunch, lots of networking and brainstorming. Stay tuned, stay where you are, do take to your seats because we have an amazing last part of our forum coming up. Starting with a power-packed panel discussion, and I'm delighted to say that your moderator, back by popular demand again today, is Rawan Radwan. She is, of course, a journalist at Arab News. The topic for discussion will be how best to align private sector activities and investments with the United Nations 2030 SDG goals. So without further ado, please welcome Rawan and her esteemed panel to the stage.
Hello again, it's nice to see everyone in this room. Let's start off with introducing our panelists today, Her Royal Highness Princess Lamia bint Majid Al Saud, the Secretary General of Al Walid Philanthropies, Khaled Zamel, VP of Public Affairs at Aramco, and Carl Manlin, Vice President of Social Impact for the Central and Eastern Europe, Middle East and Africa region at Visa. So our topic, thank you so much for our presenter earlier, to address the complex global challenges the SDGs are set for the greater good. With partnerships, specifically international or national partnerships, we can make sure that these targets are not only achieved, but are well beyond achievable. We start off our panel with my question. So the interconnected nature of the 17 SDGs call for different actors to implement plans to achieve their targets. We have Al Walid Philanthropies, we have Aramco, and we have Visa. What are examples of multi-stakeholder collaborations that can build capacity and drive impact? What do you think? So, Your Royal Highness, would you want to start with that?
Sure. First of all, good afternoon, and thank you for having me. I believe in our line of work, partnership is a key for success. It's a success factor. At the end of the day, as a foundation, work in 190 countries around the world. We literally work in everything. We support, we help, we serve in every and each subject you would ever imagine. Partnership is our model. At the end of the day, we reached 1.2 billion beneficiaries around the world. We cannot do this alone. And it's the vision of His Royal Highness Prince Al Walid that what I need from you is strategy, but then you have to choose the right partners. When you give the implementation to the right partners, they have the alphabetic of it. At the end of the day, it from a nation to another, from a community to another, it differs, even to reach the SDGs. As we said, let's take the fifth, equality. Does equality means the same in Saudi Arabia, in States, in Europe, in Africa? It differs completely. Completely. It differs from Riyadh to Jeddah. So you need to respect enough the community and spend more time in understanding the need and the definition of the terminology for you to serve better. So international entities, they have their own language, they have their own base, they have their own deliverables and KPIs. What you have to do to ensure the quality of the deliverables is your meticulous KPIs and your meticulous how you want this to happen, when, where, until when. And as we said, we need to breathe. To change lives and to do good, you need to breathe. You need to give it, it's not 1 year, it doesn't make sense. There's no such a thing. Minimum of 5 years for people to see the reflection on the community or the person.
Khaled?
It's a very interesting question. Honestly, the way that we look at this is very similar to Her Royal Highness. Any successful undertaking with scale will require the right partners. So back to your question, what makes a successful partnership? So first you need to reflect on yourself and what do you want to do, the what. So you look at what skills as a corporation do I have to serve this cause? Then I would go into my partner identification that can contribute to that what that I want to do. Moving from there, there has to be rules of engagement between you and who you want to collaborate with. This would help you align on who does what. And then from there, in order to succeed, you need sustainability of that relationship, right? So outlining who does what, putting in KPI and metrics, just like Her Royal Highness was saying, and studying and doing the diligence required to continue to deliver on that. And in some partnerships, you need to develop either exit strategies or ways to hand over that project and move on to your next one.
Mr. Carl.
So I'll add to this that at the core of Visa is actually partnerships, because Visa doesn't do anything on its own. If you think about a small, medium business anywhere in the world that is able to use digital payments to grow the business, that's also partnerships. So when we're thinking about partnerships for the goal, we shouldn't look at it only from a public-private sort of partnership, but also from the ability to enable commerce. In Saudi, for example, we work with STC Pay, and what they've been able to do to create access to payment for millions of people is a difference. If we then think about the public sector, there is opportunities in places that where people don't think about. One of the partnerships that we are quite happy to have collaborated with is an organization called Street Child United. They focus on street-connected children and using football as a medium. And we felt that there was an opportunity to bring in financial education, so that's SDG number 4, to ensure that we speak to them about financial education as a way to speak about the future. Because the future is really about how do you manage your finance. So from a success point of view, some of it you will not be able to see directly, but that ability to bring in skills and competencies really will transform the ecosystem in which we are, and I think that's what we're trying to do.
What would be, in your opinions, the challenges and opportunities when collaborating and partnering with different entities, whether nationally or internationally? Who would like to start first? Sorry? The opportunities and basically the challenges and opportunities when it comes to partnering with different entities across the world and also nationally. So I think Walid Philanthropies works at 198 countries, so maybe we can start with that.
Well, again, I would stress on what you want at the end of the day. Again, you need to be very specific on the deliverables. Your sample, who are you targeting? Would you be creating awareness? Would you be supporting? Is it, for example, what we're doing, is it a vaccination thing? Is it a building thing, a habitat? You need to understand, at the end of the day, yes, of course, there's an obstacle, but in our line of work, it's not that easy to lose a partner. It's not an option for us.
But you were able to achieve 100% of all 17 SDGs.
Yes, we did, alhamdulillah. We achieved globally in the foundation, by the way, it's combined between a Saudi foundation and a global foundation. The global foundation achieved literally 100% from the 17 goals. And from the vision, which is relevant, the sector relevant to the non-profit, from out of 62 angle, we achieved 48% of it. So I believe you just need to understand how the international entities work. And you need to be very specific, and you need to have the designated team which talks the same language. Because dealing with the local entity, it's completely different, even from perspective of contracting. It's completely different. How are you gonna monitor? How are you gonna report? How are you gonna make sure? How are you gonna have a clear indicator about the deliverables? It all differs, but it's not impossible. Again, I stress on the long timing to make sure that you get what you want exactly and really you have an impact on people.
We'll get back to that part about the timing, but we can hear it from Khaled and Carl.
Yeah, I'll give you a different perspective on that. So if I look at opportunities, we're a large industrial operator within the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So the kingdom is going unprecedented growth in a variety of fields. We have a huge demand for talented people to be hired. So Aramco has its own internal training centers where we leverage that competency. We leverage our ability to train people, develop curriculums, and created about 16 national training academies. These academies are training in a variety of fields, from vocational training to hospitality, aviation, and things like that. So when we did that, it hits a couple of SDG targets. So we're enabling the population to have higher education, get jobs, and enable the economy. Not only that, but we're increasing the talent pipeline for the company ourselves. So there's our win, there's the win for the individual that would be participating in these academies. And the third is that we're also being able to supply it to the kingdom. So our approach when we look at opportunity is things like this. And when you do things like this, where there is a driver, there is a demand, the likelihood of success is incredibly high.
Two things. The first one is scale. And how do we make sure that we can find the partners that can scale? Because if we don't scale it, it's hard. The second one is our ability to accept failure and recognize that we probably made a mistake. And how do we then learn from that to make sure that we have an opportunity to grow, both as a private sector company, but also the partner in which we're working. And there are sometimes difficult conversations when you have to terminate the grant, but they have to happen, because if it's wasted, it means that we're missing an opportunity somewhere else to make a difference.
Not all SDGs are relevant to companies. Some companies are very selective. I know that Al-Walid, you mentioned earlier, Your Highness, you've achieved all 17 SDGs and the targets. Khalid, you've mentioned yesterday that not all SDGs are relevant, and same goes for Visa. Do you think that's fair, or?
I'll take that. So we want to be impactful. And when we look at a corporate strategy, when it's developed towards citizenship activities and social spending, you want it to be successful as much as you can and avoid failures. So the recipe for that is that we look at, for example, local vision, Vision 2030. We look at our company's capabilities, because when it's something that's close to what we can do, we can contribute with our people, our know-how to make it succeed. And then 3, which is really great having these 17 SDGs, is just helping guide the whole world on what are the priorities, what do we need to focus on. It made it so much easier to find partners and align on what we need to do next. So from that perspective, the things that are closer to what we do are things that we focus on.
I'll just add that there was an evolution from the MDGs to the SDGs. And that evolution brought in the private sector, which was not part of the Millennium Development Goals as it was explicitly made in SDGs, which means we are learning. And Goal 17, for me, is probably the most important, because it forces everyone to come around the table and say, these are my capabilities. And if I don't have capabilities, for example, in marine biology, why should I step in there? So I don't think the SDGs were designed for everyone to be part of it, but they give the opportunity for SDG 17 to be at least at the table.
Do you think that with your selected SDGs and seeing how successful they are, and how you reached the success that you want, do you think that you can even expand to reaching out to other SDGs and working on achieving their targets as well? Or do you want to just stick to those that you selected and that's it?
I don't think they are siloed. I think they're all connected. Mm-hmm. So when we are helping, for example, a woman that is selling fish, technically you're also helping other sectors of the economy. But if we look at them as separate SDGs, there is a missed opportunity there, because each organization is trying to draw funds for the specific SDG and not thinking about what this ecosystem will look like. And that's why, for us, SDG 17 is the entry point to actually solve for all of this.
But the private sector is an essential partner in achieving SDGs generally. And
absolutely.
It's difficult for you to be selective. Is it difficult, or are you okay? This is it. This is as it is. This is what it is.
If I may say, I think it's imperative that you be selective to be effective. If you spread yourself too thin, then your efforts will be a drop in a bucket and you'll have lots of failures because it's not aligned with your core competencies. When different industries, so Aramco does something completely different than Visa, they're focusing on completely different SDGs than, most likely that we are. So collectively, when everybody comes to the table and everybody does their bit within their core competencies, we can make a global impact.
I believe cooperation, it's completely different than philanthropy. I don't think it's required that you satisfy the 17. I think you should, and as we talked inside, I think you should have a win-win. At the end of the day, you can do good, you can help communities, you can satisfy the SDGs, and it also can reflect as what we said about the brilliant model of Aramco and how they did with training that ends with employment. Yet in our line of work, this is our bread and butter. It's for us, with the amount and the magnitude that we're working on. For example, the vaccination. There is no one vaccine we're not working in. We reach 700 million kids around the world. So for us, achieving the SDGs, it's not only like a success factor. No, that means that our vision, our message, and even we learn from each and every goal that we satisfy. It's a learning curve for us, and it makes our work even better, and we know how to reach more people.
Given your partnerships, do you think, your very diverse partnerships, Your Royal Highness and Khaled and Carl, do you think that entities should be held accountable for not achieving that goal that is set?
Definitely, of course. Listen, everyone is as we heard just now, it's okay to fail. When I said that it's not an option for us because there is people's life on this project. So when I say it's not easy for me to fail, and it's a very far option for me, because I know that those people are responsible, for example, for 50 million people around the world to deliver the vaccine to. So if the UNICEF come and tell me what happened with COVID, for example, if they come and tell me we're the seed funder to eliminate measles and rubella, they come and tell me, you know what, we couldn't. But that means that there's kids are affected. But I have to respect and I have to accept to, just stretch the period of deliverable, but I have to finish that. When it's not about only a future and an employment and training, it's a matter of death and life. Now you have a completely different perspective, how you can give this space for people to prove you wrong, actually.
From my perspective on, I don't know if you would share it with me, I think the ship has sailed on that topic. Everybody is accountable. As corporations, we submit sustainability reports. We have scoring about our ESG performance. And this is the expectation of investors, shareholders, and the public. We need to maintain our license to operate within the communities that we're in. And corporations generally want to be good global citizens, and they try to do good and well within the communities that help them succeed. So honestly, I think this is something that's embedded within the current system.
And we also have a generation that is asking these questions.
Yes.
It's not the same as our generation where we accepted certain things. They are connected, they are savvy, and they'll ask those difficult questions about why is your company not doing something for the environment? Or why should I work for a company that is not taking care of the community? So with the advance of technology to do certain things, but also from an information perspective, you can no longer pretend that you're doing good in the community. And that is important from a public affairs perspective. You're not just trying to protect the identity of a brand, but you really want to make sure that if you're going to convince people to give money for something, that investment is really going to transform lives. And if it's not going to do it, you should be able to say, you know what, we need to stop and explain. So success here is long-term. If you think about goal number 4 or number 8, COVID-19 reminded us that it's fragile. And it's how do you solve for fragility in a context where resources are limited, that we need to be able to engage.
How about this question? Do you think that, I mean, we're in a very interconnected world right now. We're online, everyone is online. Every company's mission statement is out there. But there are just some things that people just don't really know. I mean, Khalid and I talked about this yesterday. I mean, Aramco cares more about the environment than people would think. All you need to do is just look at a Aramco World magazine and read stories about how Aramco is taking care of X amount of kilometers of preserved land.
950.
You wouldn't think that this is possible. It's the same goes for Visa, and I'm sure it's the same goes for Al Walid. Do you think that maybe these companies, or your companies as well, can promote that work more online?
I'll tell you this, at least from my industry's perspective, it's best to demonstrate than to talk about. There is a very, very successful story that needs to be told, and this story is told in places like this. This is where we have an opportunity to share our viewpoints and share the success stories, and hopefully with more and more collaborations, and as things get more global, there'll be more recognition of the individual efforts that happen in different pockets of the world.
I would say there are competing narratives sometimes also internally, between what the brand wants to communicate, what the communication team think that is important. And it's an education process, both internally and externally, to make sure that this is visible. But there is no other value than someone in the community telling about how the life has changed, not because Visa or Aramco or Al Walid Foundation, but because they got an opportunity. And it doesn't have to have a flag or a tag on it. It just has to be about helping the person.
Yep.
I don't think it's an exercise in planting flags.
I think for our... sorry, excuse me.
I disagree. I'll tell you one thing. For me, when I know more about what Aramco's doing or Visa's doing, for me, let's say I'm a beneficiary. How am I going to know what are you doing? I believe the key factor here is who are you talking to? Who are you promoting to? Is it the beneficiary? Is it the partner that you want? Is it an NGO that's specialized in certain things? So I think it all goes to the content creation. What do you want to say? Who are you directing your message to? Anna, for me, because I really highly appreciate the model of Aramco and how they really create a very loyal, really generation to them. And this is something that, and I said, and I'll repeat, this is something should be leveraged out of and should be transferred to other entities. At the end of the day, I think this generation, you cannot talk to them as we're talking while we're young. And they differ literally the 10th from the 15th from the 18th. So if you want them, you need to respect their mentality and talk their language. As Aramco's doing, how they're making it, it's fun to be an engineer. This is a fun thing to do. So I believe it's only, again, it's targeting. It's to be very specific on the messaging and who you want to reach.
Would you want to say something?
Yeah, I agree with Her Royal Highness. It is definitely important to be able to target and communicate, and just wanted to acknowledge the kind words that you said as well. Yeah, appreciate it very much. And it's always a communication challenge. I think that speaking to the right audience, finding the right occasion, and using multi-channel approach would definitely yield results to showcase what you do. And the most important thing is to get people excited about what you do. When you share success, more people would want to partner with you to be partners in that success. And at the end of the day, it's the impact that you make that counts. It's not the PR.
And I think the example that you mentioned earlier backstage with Aramco and Formula, you partnered with a very unlikely partner, Formula, Ministry of Education.
Yeah,
Could you give us a little bit about
Yeah, absolutely. So when we talk about successful partnerships, I was sharing with you guys an example. So we're a global sponsor with Formula One. And we found that they had an F1 in Schools program. It's a really unique program. So what it does, it encourages STEM education. You bring in school children, elementary and secondary, and maybe first year of college, where they learn how to build miniature Formula One cars. So this just sits right with our competencies. We have engineers, we build things, and it just fit really, really well with what we do. And it's a global challenge. And we were able to bring it to Saudi Arabia. And when we thought about how can we make this successful, I cannot just go and run my own program with school children, right? So Ministry of Education kindly stepped up and partnered with us. And also we partnered with Mohiba. Mohiba has very long tentacles, and they understand where the top talents are in the kingdom in terms of school children, right? So we collaborated together, and we're proud to have the program launched covering the whole kingdom. The team have represented the kingdom in the UK last year, and inshallah this year you'll see them in Singapore, so just root for them. Yay, Team Saudi.
Inshallah. Your Royal Highness, you mentioned earlier in the panel timing. You can't have a success story in a year's time. It needs time. For every project, you have to give it time to grow organically, to start off from scratch, and you can see the end results in at least 5 years. SDG goals, we have a 2030 target for SDG goals, and it's 7 years, less than 7 years. Do you think?
Yeah, but you have to put the factor of Corona. You cannot exclude the pause that the world have been in and the post-Corona and what happened after that, and the trauma people getting out of, and the all negative financial situation that the world and the companies has faced. From, I would say, serving humanity, I would be lying if I tell you I want to train and I want to provide jobs and I want to change perspective and I want to add soft skills in 6 months. That never happened and it will never happen.
It's a factor. It's a matter of fact. Yes, COVID happened. It set us back a lot. Do you think that the SDGs 2030 goals need to be pushed a little bit? Maybe let's say 2030, further 35, 2040.
You know, let's think a bit about the SDG 17. Isn't it? It's literally everything for a person to have a good life, to have a habitat, to clean the environment, to have equality, education, health. Isn't that something normal?
It is.
Why wouldn't we achieve it in 2030? Okay. I think it's how you're counting it. There's a problem in there, in the parameter.
I don't like numbers. In general. I don't like numbers, and a 2030 target is achievable.
It is achievable. I don't think there's a problem. We just need to recognize and just structure it in the right way and understand who's doing what. That's what we were saying. We don't know who's doing what, and this is the big problem in the Arab world. We don't have this transparency for us to understand everything about everyone. We don't have to repeat everything from scratch. Normally, I would love to collaborate with Aramco and with Visa and to take their experience, and I may be in help to them, and transfer the knowledge that we gained through the years.
Love that. Honestly, anything important should have deadlines and also a milestone schedule to be able to get there without challenging ourselves, because of Her Reliance, what she was saying is that nobody can disagree that these are things that must happen. So we need to push ourselves, we need to put these tight deadlines and have interim targets, in my opinion.
But be realistic with the deadline.
Yeah.
That's my issue in philanthropic work.
Yeah, absolutely.
Be realistic with the deadline.
Absolutely. Not everything will mature within a given duration.
Yes, definitely.
But we also need to take credit for our small wins, initiating things as we start. Even if 2030 comes and we have things in motion, I think we should still celebrate that success.
It's about human progress. And as long as we are progressing,
absolutely,
it's the right direction.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we close our panel with this very esteemed group of speakers. Thank you again so much for your time, and it was a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to Her Royal Highness, to Rowan, and to Carl and His Excellency for another fantastic panel at our inaugural forum here in Saudi. We turn our attention now to bridging the gap between science and society. How easily is it done? What are the challenges and what are the opportunities? Well, here to shed light on the matter, two extremely distinguished speakers. First up, we have Dr. Tarifa Al-Zabi, the Director General of the International Center for Biosaline Agriculture, and Professor Dr. Mohammed Zain Al-Abidin, the Head of Culture and Communications Sector for the Islamic World Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization. Please give them a very warm welcome.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Again, we're very delighted to be here. This is really an exciting afternoon for a normal conference. This is really abnormal in terms of energy and synergy and information that being shared. I will be talking about bridging the gap between science and society. A lot of the information that has been shared by the earlier session complement exactly what we are going to talk about. So if we are talking about science and society, I will be taking this opportunity to speak about three main questions. First is why we need to bridge this gap. Secondly, what can we do? And again, how can we really do it? So if we talk about why to bridge the gap, there are so many different schools of thoughts on how can we bridge the gap between science and society. There are a lot of models, a lot of experiences that already took place. So it's not, the concept is not something new. However, the implementation is something is quite new. Again, we need to bridge the gap because we need to make better informed decisions that are science-based. The science is already there. Scientists have an opinion. However, policymakers, politicians need to take advantage of the science that is being shared. Secondly, if we are sharing this science with our audience and the relevant stakeholders, we are also talking about creating a responsible and research based on innovation. We need innovation, but not every innovation works. This afternoon, I had the pleasure of attending a session for Ms. Jinan, and she was also talking about innovation and how can we really incorporate it in the best way using the data and how can we close the gap into that. And finally, we need to make sure that we are engaging our parties. We have the science and we have the knowledge, but how can we really reach out to the right stakeholders to make sure that they are our partners in terms of implementation? For me personally, I work for the International Center for Biosaline Agriculture. Agriculture is very important. As you are aware, it's all about food security, it's all about climate change and the impact and how can we really create better synergy. Royal Highness just mentioned SDGs need to be achieved. Yes, we're behind. However, what can be done in the right way? Aramco has a very successful experience. How can we really leverage and build on that? So we work in 40 countries at ICBA, more than 40 countries, and we try to find applied scientific solution for climate change and agriculture in marginal land. And R&D is very important. There are so many different research and development concepts. How can we really bridge the gap? How can I really not reinvent the wheel? How can I really build on what you have already offered and what are there in the market? Again, there are more of the same. However, how can we really bring the same and make it really better and add more value to it? And again, we're back to the Sustainable Development Goals. Key important goals, it is the life that every single individual in this universe deserves to live. So how are we really doing and how are we going to achieve it? Last is about climate change, the impact. How can we really work on it as individuals, as corporate, as private sector, as governments, as policymakers, using the scientific evidence that has been shared about the science? How can we really stay at the 1.5 when it comes to the degree of the climate change? How can we really do it? Sounds a little bit complicated, but as I mentioned, the science is already there. The conversation is already there. So if we look at this model in front of us, there are three important pillars we need to focus on. science where we get the data from. We're talking about the science to inform, as we mentioned, better decision for policymakers. We are also looking to seek how can we improve this science? And therefore, we need to enable technology. There are so many technologies out there. The best is how can we really connect and how can we really select the best technology in order to give us the right result. And therefore, there is the society. Again, people, young people, people of middle age, people who are in rural communities, women and young people, we need to take all their input into consideration in order to make a better synergy when it comes to such decision. What did we do? Again, what I've mentioned earlier, the required theories. Many of you might say, yes, we know this. However, what did you do, Tarifa? At the International Center, ICBA, we've done a lot of best practices where we can share with you. First of all, knowledge transfer. What we are discussing in this community and this community of intellect, all of you, is how can we really bridge the gap and how can we really bring everybody into digital learning? So the power of learning, e-learning, capacity development, knowledge transfer is quite important, and we really need to make a better impact of that. Scientific publication. How many people read scientific publication? Scientists are very excited about publications. But again, the impact of the readers and the citation, that's what it needs to be done, especially in our Arabic world. An example of that, we have collaborated with the FAO e-learning academy in order for us to build and have a better platform to include everybody and ensure that we have e-inclusive education for all. Another example of the what, we need to have projects with timeline and with impact. The earlier session panelists, they mentioned the impact, which is very much important. We do project in agriculture, but without measuring the impact and ensuring that the farmers have the know-how, governments are involved, having a proper partner for us to implement, I don't think we will be able to get the result we're looking for. Engaging policymakers and governments. Policymakers and governments have a strong say at what we do. An example, we have a visit of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed, the President of the UAE, to our research center. This is a good example of how can we really share knowledge. I'm sure it's happening also in different countries. However, what is the messages that we need to go and give to our leaders in order to make them support the science that is being produced by the scientists? And finally, it's very important to acknowledge the role of the private sector in making a successful synergy and collaboration that would help us all. Earlier, they mentioned different stakeholders. We need to tap into the right stakeholders to make a difference. Young people, youth, tech-savvy, millennium generation, they have so many different knowledge. How can we really bring them on board? How can we really make sure that they have an input in the technology that we are providing? Women, happy International Women's Day to all the lovely women and to the men in each woman, because if you look at the word woman, you will find always a man there. So we need to empower all women, and we need to make sure that they're already being involved. Women in rural communities, let us not forget, there is about 27% of women globally, they don't have access to internet. Therefore, we need to ensure that they are inclusive. It's not about who are living in the city and how much connection you have, it's about the other, because nobody needs to be left behind. And we also look at the community engagement. Bridging the gap between science and society needs to follow the John Dewey theory, the experiential learning. How can we really do it by our hand for other people to learn and do more? My takeaways with you today from this session is really we need to think of synergy and better partnership. 1 + 1 is not 2. 1 + 1 is 11. And also we need to impact on relevant stakeholders. We engage youth and women, and we engage people in the rural communities as well. We need to make sure that we have informed scientific-based decision. Science is love, and science is what makes us make the right decision in this life. And finally, is to make sure that we have advanced technology and innovation. Not that innovation we only need to apply, but scalability and applicability is what we are looking for. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience and for listening to me.
شكرا جزيلا. في البداية حبيت أردت أن أشكر هذه
say that to mention this, thank this initiative or this for holding this, or thank you Saudi Arabia for holding this conference, FESCO, to discuss the cultural aspects and points, and to have a collaborative work, to also have a very unified vision. So I will I will talk about the reality today. Maybe some of the issues related to the development. Why number of countries being late regarding the development? And
ce contexte dans le sillage d'une interrogation capitale qui est évidemment qu'est-ce qui fait que la culture ne soit pas jusqu'à présent un secteur prioritaire pour le développement durable. Donc c'est une question pertinente parce qu'il faut bien lui trouver des solutions. D'abord des justificatifs pour aborder ensuite les solutions ensemble. D'abord, on va constater que les restrictions sont d'un ordre stratégique. Donc il y a des pays qui ne considèrent pas encore la culture comme étant prioritaire ou stratégique. Donc, هناك أولاً إشكال في مستوى.
There is some problems related to some of the national policies doesn't considered as a solution. So due to some considerations, there is another part. Maybe there is a less awareness of the value of these cultures. For instance, today the digital economic and also the digital social life.
D'acception, je dirais, de la culture comme étant un moteur de développement. Alors, pour certains pays et pour certaines politiques qui sont afférentes, il y a toujours un vrai problème je dirais, d'acception et de réception de cette culture comme étant capable réellement d'être un moteur de croissance et de performance pour ces pays en termes de création de richesse. Donc il y a un vrai problème. Alors, je peux vous dire, pour citer à quelques titres d'exemple, il y a des pays qui sont très forts et pourvus d'une richesse patrimoniale incroyable. Omet complètement cette donne, par exemple la valorisation du patrimoine, les sites, les objets culturels, les musées, et j'en passe. C'est-à-dire qu'il y a vraiment un problème dans cette conscience que la culture peut générer quelque chose à travers un investissement.
To generate these things from the wealth that they have, there is also a huge problem in
القطاعات الاستراتيجية هي الصحة والتربية والتعليم العالي والنقل وغيره. إلى حد الآن لابد من تمثل الإشكال لكي نتوصل شيئا فشيئا إلى إيجاد بعض الحلول. ربما في وقت معين كانت هناك إشكالات في مستوى مبدئي أو رمزي أو أخلاقي. الثقافة كانت وكأنها سبل للترفيه وسبل لأشياء هي خارج يعني
the culture were an issue for this problem, but these considerations are about to change because the whole world has been changed, and there were a lot of Arab countries and Islamic countries and the whole world countries as well. They paid attention for the culture sector, and as an example, the Saudi Arabia's country.
Sans doute certaines connotations assez négatives qui ont accompagné notre.
There are some of the.
Par certains pays et par certains. Donc par certaines fractions. Alors الشأن الرابع هو ربما نلقاه في عديد الدول هو الموارد يعني الطبيعية وقلة الموارد المادية وقلة الموارد في بعض الدول التي جعلتها ربما في باب الأولويات هي تسخر إمكانياتها لما يمكن أن يطور مباشرة هذا العمل.
So, directly without taking into considerations maybe the possibilities that or the potentials that are, can be provided then through the
pour nombreux pays qui, jusqu'alors, donc, bien sûr, les priorités se sont imposées pour ces pays-là et elles sont plutôt...
Regarding these countries, they are not actually important. It doesn't important for them. And I would like also to say to you that as a fifth example, as a fifth answer, that these countries and its entrance seeking to preserve their identity, their cultures, and there are some of fears from this aspect, and the keeping up with the current situations could take away
par rapport à tout ce qui est ouverture, et c'est ce qui a fait que finalement la culture devienne pour les pouvoirs publics beaucoup plus quelque chose à préserver que quelque chose à investir, à quelque chose à réactualiser et sans doute comment dire
also we don't consider the culture as if it was a soul for the development.
جعلت ربما من بعض الدول والحكومات والقرار السياسي بصفه عامه وانا كوزير سابق يعني في تونس من 2016 الى 2020 يعني الاعتبار هذا مهم لانه التمثل الاخلاقي وربما التمثل اللي فيه نوع من المحافظه وضروره المحافظه امام ما يمكن
for the Western world. And the last point that I want to make some of the answers of this topic, the case of the rights.
يعني قضايا الحقوق يعني الحقوق مثلا النفاذ الى التعليم، النفاذ الى التربيه الفنيه، النفاذ الى التربيه في ما يمكن ان يكون اكتساب المهارات، كذلك المهارات التي تخص في جانب منها المهارات التراثيه، المهارات الابتكاريه، المهارات يعني المعرفيه، هنا كذلك يعني الحقوق هذه
these rights are various.
les droits de propriété intellectuelle, les droits voisins, les droits d'auteur, etc. حق المؤلف، حق الحقوق المجاورة، الحق يعني حقوق عديدة. ربما هذا التمثل الحقيقي لحد الآن في تمثل les pouvoirs publics, donc السياسات يعني والحكام إلى حد الآن.
That's why we are reliable as an organization in the state members to have the necessity to follow up and to be influential, and even building the capabilities and having studies and everything that considered and representing any of the cultural policies. And we're gonna starting the bright future for this, and these organizations that fall under this. And when it comes to the policies, what is our responsibility and how we can represent it? And we say in this, maybe the issue of the development goals and
aussi d'une manière assez prépondérante, assez visible, pour se mettre en exergue par rapport aux autres secteurs. C'est-à-dire qu'on l'a mise quelque part de manière
And it's actually included and embedded in an indirect way, and it's not exist here or there, or stays under some of the existing sectors. And here's becomes as a problem because without the UNESCO as if it's an important indicator for the cultures as a whole, and for adapting some of the principles. The recent one is in 2022, and it's actually represented in the cultures of some of the countries, and we can see that there are some of benefits. It consists of some of the benefits, as well as but the identity is not there of the development goals.
I'm afraid we have run out of time, and we need to dive into our next speaker, if you don't mind.
Bien sûr, avec plaisir.
Lovely, lovely session. We loved listening to you and to Dr. Tarifa. So thorough and so informative. Thank you very much. Hand it for them, ladies and gentlemen. Now, dear guests, up next, we have our very distinguished guest who will be giving us a keynote. And then after that, I will have a chance to throw a few questions at him. Maybe he can answer it for us. So please welcome virtually our distinguished speaker, Frédéric Laloux, thought leader and author. Please enjoy.
Hello, everyone. I trust that you can hear me, and I'm very excited to be here with you.
أنا جدا متحمس بأن أكون معكم.
That might be surprising. I want to talk with you about the topic of adventure, about how we can turn the next 10, 15, 20 years of your careers into adventures. But before I go there, I just want to start by acknowledging and honoring the very specific and sometimes daunting challenges that you face as leaders of international and multilateral organizations. I'm Belgian, and my mother worked with the European Union, and my father worked with the United Nations. And so my whole childhood, I've been steeped, in this world. And while I know that every organization in the world is facing a world that is becoming more and more complex, more unpredictable, you have way more stakeholders than any private company that I know or that I have studied. And so you face a particularly, complex challenge to face this unpredictability of the world. And then I also want to mention that I believe that international and multilateral organizations face a particularly sort of contradictory injunctions, right? On the one hand, you are asked to be more innovative, to be more agile, to be more decentralized, right? And yesterday, some of the conversations have been around that. How do you get these big multinational, international organizations, or the small ones, to be more innovative, to be more agile? But at the same time, on the opposite end of the spectrum, there is an expectation for your organization very often to have a sort of total control from the headquarters, right? Because there are forces who don't like multilateralism very much, right? And they're just waiting for something to go wrong to publicize it, right? And so there's an expectation that we really want to make sure that everything in the field, everywhere, is working, is under control. And these two things seem pretty contradictory. Like, how can you decentralize and innovate and become more agile, but at the same time have this expectation of total control, right? So I just wanted to start, my keynote by just sharing really from the heart the empathy that I have for the particular circumstances that you're in. I think a leader from any organization, private organizations, NGOs, face really difficult challenges to manage organizations in this complex time. But in your case, I think the challenges are particularly big, and I just wanted to honor you for navigating these challenges, to pursue the missions, the important missions that we expect of international multilateral organizations. So the reason I've been invited to talk here is because I wrote a book called Reinventing Organizations that became an absolute bestseller, and that talks about how the current way we think about management, the thinking that we are being taught in, for example, in business schools, in universities, that thinking is reaching the end of its shelf life. Actually, when you look back in history, it's quite fascinating. Every time that we've had a major change of epoch, of era, when we went from hunter-gatherers to a tribal age, and we went from tribal to agricultural, and then when we made the leap from agriculture to science, and every time we also invented a new management model, right? Because simply times were becoming more complex, and the old management model was no longer working. And I feel that if today in organizations, it feels like things are difficult, are bureaucratic, are slow, it is because we're still operating on an old management model. The management model that was invented 100 years ago, really with the beginning of the middle of the industrial age, that management model is no longer able to deal with the complexity that you're dealing with. And so I researched a number of really amazing private or non-profit organizations who were founded by leaders who had made in their own mind a leap and just fundamentally questioned the structures and governance methods that we use every day. And they came up with remarkably more productive and agile management structures. And I wish I had 2 hours to tell you all about it. But I just want to give you one example, just to open your mind to what is possible when we operate, from a different perspective. And the example I will give you doesn't come from a multilateral organization, so it won't be working perfectly for you. Just take it as an example, and I invite you to think for yourself, like, that might not work perfectly for me, but how could I make that example potentially work in my context? So I invite you not to say like, oh, this could never work. In our context, I invite you to take this as a stimulation, to go like, what would this mean? And the example I want to give you comes from an organization called AES. It was founded in the 1980s in the United States. It's a power company, so it's a private organization that operates power plants and transmission lines. And very quickly, AES grew to have power plants and transmission lines all over the world. In former Soviet republics, in Georgia and Uzbekistan, and in Tanzania, and in Latin America. And so, not a multilateral organization, but still a pretty complex organization, right? Headquartered in Washington, with these networks all over the world. And you have to imagine, the complexity of running, these very important, fundamental pieces of equipment that a whole nation depends upon. In sometimes republics that just left the Soviet Union with technical challenges and corruption challenges, and so a complex situation. And the example I want to share from this company AES is how they dealt with this injunction that I told about. Like, how can you decentralize and innovate, and at the same time, have enough control from headquarters to feel that your operations are not going to blow up, that there's not going to be scandals. And in a traditional organization, you know how you would do that, right? You would have your head of compliance sitting in Washington, and your head of risk, and your head of maintenance, and your head of finance, and all of these things would sit in Washington next to the president and CEO. And then they would make all sorts of guidelines and policies that they would impose on all of these field operations, in Georgia and in Uzbekistan and in Tanzania. And then your local leaders there would have to obey by these central policies, right? And in that way, you feel that you're in control. That's how it's done traditionally. That's what business schools tell us we should do. The problem is, of course, we know that this doesn't really work very well, right? The person sitting in Washington can try to make a policy, but how can that policy really work for what is happening specifically, in Uzbekistan or in Tanzania or in Latin America? Like, there's no single policy that can work for everyone. So quickly, this thing looks like control, but it's actually turning into a form of bureaucracy. And then the local leaders on the ground get this policy from Washington. They go like, oh, what is this? They have to sign it. They have to promise that they will obey it. But in practice, they will make it work. They won't exactly cheat, but they will try to make something work and, still please their bosses in Washington. So, it's a situation that looks like control, but is, more bureaucracy and actually not very much control. And so the founders and leaders of this company, AES, quickly they had 40,000 people around the world. So it's a large organization. They decided, let's do something different. And what is fascinating is that it's a sort of breakthrough that is able to handle both decentralization and innovation and control. So rather than having a central person responsible for compliance and risk and maintenance and engineering, they created teams, say a compliance team, a maintenance team, a finance team, with one person from each of their plants and distribution networks. And so this team, with one person from each of these plants, was to design policies and guidelines that ensured control. In that way, they had to make guidelines that really work for everyone, right? Oh, our problem is that we have overheating. Oh, our problem is that we have, the weather is too cool, and our problem is this. So they had to, make policies that work for everyone. And then the question was, yes, but in their case, they have regulators that ask, who is your head of compliance that can sign that these things work? And what they did was that every year, it would be a different person from that team that would be responsible towards the CEO and responsible towards compliance, that everything was under control. So imagine you and I are part of this team. And this year, I'm chosen to be the one that is responsible for the CEO and for the regulators. Now, if you do something wrong, I might get fired because this year I'm responsible. So I will look at you all and say, okay, I'm taking responsibility for this year. Is there anything that you're hiding from me? Is there anything that I should know? But we've been working together. We know each other. We have trust. And next year, somebody else will know that they're responsible. So there's a level here where control is baked into our relationship, our team, and we're all specialists, right? And then if you need to do an audit, right? We do audits one to the other. So I will audit you this year at random, and I will audit somebody else next year, and somebody else will audit me. And we're all specialists. So, the control is much higher than if this was done from a central function in Washington that would go down somewhere. And so by having this decentralized system of control, what they found is that they had much more real control because we know each other, we trust each other. I know your operation, you know my operation. So you can't fool me in a way that I can fool somebody in Washington. So there was much more real control. Also because, this year I'm responsible towards the CEO. So, I don't want to be fired. I know you guys, right? So there's much more control, but there's also much more decentralization and innovation. Right? Just one example of what becomes possible if we're willing to reimagine, to reinvent some of my management structures, right? The goal is still to be innovative and agile and decentralized, and is still to have control. There's just much better ways to do that than in our traditional organizations, right? And so if you're interested, again, this might not work exactly for you, but I am sure that you're able to imagine and reinvent, like these other leaders, new types of structures that work much better. And so if that sounds interesting, I really invite you to look into, to research these new management models that are, coming about, and where every day we learn more about how to achieve breakthroughs that are simply not possible in the old management model. So for me, this is exciting. Like, we're at the end of one management model. And if you find that it's so hard to, make these big organizations be as, innovative, as agile as you want, it's not your fault. It is because the management model that you're using is outdated. And I find this exciting because if you choose to do so, I believe that this could be the next adventure of your career, right? And it requires a decision on your part to take a step back and say, do I want to continue the next 10 years of my life using the same model that we've been using so far? Or am I open to imagine something new? And this is not easy. Sometimes, there's so much pressure on daily life that actually taking that step back and making that big decision isn't easy, right? I know that I depend very much on my wife. My wife is very good at this. Maybe, your husband or your wife is the same. She often tells me, hey, Frederick, stop, take a step back, really think about what you want to do with your life. And I'm so glad that she does this role for me. And so I want to invite you to be that person for you today. And think about,
Mr.
do you want to do the next 10 years of your life in the same flow as what you've been doing? Or might this be the time to imagine something new?
It's definitely
Right?
something to think about, for sure, what the next step would be. And perhaps, Mr. Frederick, if you would agree, a good example also allowing me to start where you ended, talking about teams and the importance of creating teams and creating that kind of responsibility between team members. Saudi Arabia is a great example in doing that, and we've seen it how it shifted from, or shifted gears, focusing on science, technology, and innovation to boost its economy and diversity away from oil. Wouldn't you say, Mr. Frederick?
Yeah, I mean, that's a fantastic example for me of what we were just talking about. So there's an obvious need, right, that's been decided at the highest level to make this transition which is like a fundamental transition of your economy. The question is, to what degree can you mandate this top-down? Or to what degree would everything go faster if you manage to activate the energies of everybody at all levels of the pyramid inside organizations or inside the country, right? And so how do you get a system where you can both ensure that there is an overall vision and overall execution, and that you activate everyone from the bottom? And our current management models don't really allow to do that. They're very good at doing top-down, but they're not very good at all at using the energy of people lower in the organizations and younger people, right? And personally, it saddens me. I don't know if you would agree with that, but I remember when I was young and my parents worked in international organizations. Working in international organizations was like a dream job. Young people wanted to go there because you could make such a difference. You're working on such important things. Mm-hmm. And what I hear these days is that it's not so easy to recruit necessarily the best people, because there is an image, whether it's right or wrong, that some of these organizations are slow and are bureaucratic, and some of the people who want to make biggest change makers decide that they want to be social entrepreneurs, or that they want to work in NGOs or in other sectors and no longer want to join these big multinational organizations who are so important for the future of the world. And so really changing our management model to allow this kind of younger people to bring in their energy and to bring in innovation is absolutely crucial.
Yeah, and perhaps that's one of the challenges perhaps organizations are facing as of lately. But you talked about expectations, and with expectations comes risks, naturally. But how do you think we can, or governments can help mitigate those risks, especially now that opportunities lie ahead of us in the science, tech, and innovation sector?
Can you repeat the question so that I really understand it?
Yes, I was asking about the opportunity that lies ahead in the science and the tech innovation sectors, and how to mitigate risks for governments in these sectors. Does that make sense?
Yes. To me, that sounds like another area where we can reimagine, reinvent the kind of governance systems that we have, right? We have an acceleration. I know you talked about artificial intelligence. It both has extraordinary promise, and it goes so incredibly fast that there's immense risks, right? And the current relationship between governments and the private companies that push this doesn't seem to be working very well. Right? We've often had, when it comes to technology, governments who were far behind and just let technologies happen. And then suddenly it feels very late to start regulating them. And on the other hand, will we trust governments to make these important decisions when this technology is still evolving and isn't ripe? And so what is the best way to go about this? Is it governments doing nothing? Is it governments sort of making top-down decisions? And we've seen lately in a number of cases how powerful it can be when the government uses citizen assemblies, citizen panels, who look deeply into a subject. And so let's imagine for artificial intelligence, how about governments taking citizen assemblies? And I know this sounds crazy because we believe that we need specialists, but we've seen over and over and over again that if you select randomly 30 or 50 citizens and you ask them to come together over several months for days and days, and they're being fed information by specialists, by technologists, by scientists, by people from these organizations. They're able, as citizens, to come up with very robust answers about what is the kind of risk we're willing to take, what's the kind of risk we're not willing to take. And these citizen assemblies tend to have a deep legitimacy because these are ordinary citizens that are not influenced by lobbies, that are not suspicious of being from one political camp or another. And we found that in some cases, governments have outsourced their most difficult decisions to these bodies. A famous case happened in Ireland where the government outsourced the decision about abortion. It was just too difficult politically. And they had a citizen assembly decide what should be the abortion policy. And, you know, it made a very solid recommendation that became the law of the land. And so this is another example to me of where it's time for us to innovate in our management structures, in this case, at the highest level of the interface between governments and, in this case, private sector about artificial intelligence.
Wonderful. Well, Mr. Fradik, let me ask you about the role of the Research, Development and Innovation Authority and the future of these sectors, the education, science and culture. How do you see it?
Your question is so broad. Let me see if I have something to say about this.
Perhaps you could tell us more about where you are now and where it's... Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. You know, instead of you asking me, I am tempted to ask people in the room. Because my sense is that there is so much wisdom in this room. And the question is not so much, what is the future for science and culture and education? I have a sense that a lot of people in this room have a very clear sense of where that future is.
But the question is about the role of the authority, Mr. Fradrik, the Research, Development and Innovation Authority.
I want to offer this perspective, is that what is holding us back from enacting that future is that a lot of us don't have the courage or don't feel like we have the freedom to innovate and to go where we need to go. And it brings me back to this notion of adventure. Like, I want to ask everyone in this room, with everything you know about where we need to go in terms of science and education and culture, and the fact that I imagine that you feel often that your organization is limiting the dream that you have. And so often we then end up limiting our own dreams for the organization. And I'm inviting you to think about what is really the dream that you have? What is really the highest aspiration that you have, right? If we look at education, right? If we look at all the science that's out there, right? We know that having students sit for 7 hours at a desk is not working with the neuroscience. This is not how students learn. Students shouldn't be sitting for 7 hours. We know from the science that students learn better if they decide on their curriculum, rather than if the curriculum has been decided for them. All of these things, we know them, right? The question is, will we have the courage to go and say, we need to fundamentally reinvent our education system? We need to create a school where students no longer sit for 7 hours at a desk. We need to invent a school where there is no longer a central curriculum that has been decided up front. Because the science shows that that's what's needed. But that takes incredible courage because it's a big disruption. It's not incremental change, right? And so my question to you as leaders is, will you make a decision for adventure? Will you make a decision to say, okay, let's really take this science seriously. Let's really engage all the stakeholders. Tell them this is what the science says for education. We have to reinvent schools in fundamental ways.
And I think decision has
that
been
is the
made
question.
by the leaders being here in this conference today and taking the first steps and jump-starting the conversation. And definitely we're going to, have the fruits of it soon in the near future. So my next question for you would be, if you would tell me after, this Reinventing Organization, your top seller book, where are you now, Mr. Frederick? Where do you plan on going? And how are you going to move on ahead?
Oh, thank you for asking that. Yeah, I just launched a new project, very different, called The Week, because it's a week-long project that is a project to bridge the gap between what science says about climate change, biodiversity loss, pollution, so the emergency that exists on the planet, and everyday people, everyday life, right? And I did some of what we just talked about, which is look at the social science and understand how come that we have this climate emergency, but that most people aren't yet completely activated around it. And the answer is quite simple. The model that we use for communicating that science, for trying to get citizens to become active, isn't working. That traditional model is give people the facts and they will wake up and they will act, right? It's sort of a simplistic science transfer model. And that model has never worked, right? It hasn't worked against AIDS, it hasn't worked against teen smoking, it hasn't worked against teen pregnancy, it hasn't worked against obesity. But still, it's the main model that we use for climate, right? We hope that if scientists simply yell loud enough, if the next IPCC report, if the warning is big enough, then finally people will wake up and act. But we know from decades that this model isn't working. And so we looked deeply into what is then the social science that does work? How do you communicate these things? And there's a number of principles that once you know them, they obviously make sense. Things like, the problem is not so much the lack of information, it's our ability to emotionally process it. The reason most people push away information about climate is because they sort of like, pooh, this looks horrible, this looks depressing, I will feel small, I don't want to engage. So the problem is not information, it's can we create spaces to process this?
So we're again talking about building trust here, perhaps.
Exactly, and relationships, because imagine that you look deeply into climate change and you're shocked and you say, I need to change everything in my life. But your family, your friends, your colleagues, your stakeholders don't go through the same journey. They will look at you and say, like, what has happened to you? I don't recognize you. You suddenly become this climate person, right? So we need to work not at the level of the individual, but within existing social groups. So people with their friends, their family, with their colleagues, executive teams. And so anyway, we looked at all of this science and we used that to develop a program which we call The Week. If you're interested, you can look at theweek.ooo. That's the website, theweek.ooo. And it's a process where groups of people, so again, family, friends, colleagues, we have a lot of traction inside large organizations, come together 3 times during a week. And every time they watch a 1-hour documentary that we've very carefully scripted, and then we set up a conversation for them to process it. And it's in this conversation that the magic happens. And the 3 episodes lead you very carefully through an emotional you, where in episode 1, you really face what's going to happen in the next 10, 20, 30 years. And it's a shock. But then in the conversation with our friends, family, or colleagues, we can process it. And so it feels safe to go there.
So kind of
And then in episode
brainstorming
2,
and trying to accept new ideas and come up with new ideas. Well, Mr. Frederick, we've talked about many topics in this thorough conversation we are having. We've talked about risks. We've talked about governments mitigating them. How about opportunities in the science and education innovation field? So what kind of opportunities are lying ahead of us in the last 5 minutes we have together?
Yeah. I mean, the opportunities are immense, and you don't need me to share that. I mean, in every single one of those domains. I mean, again, take education. I thoroughly believe that the way we structure our school system today is only bringing out 10% of what there is in students. Again, if we take all of what we now know from neuroscience and where to apply it in schools, the opportunity is immense. If we take, the domain of science and technology, I mean, just artificial intelligence, if we use it well, can free up human capacity to then care for one another in extraordinary ways. And the question is, will we be able to structure that in a way that it will benefit humanity? In the domain of culture, I mean, just all the tools that we have at our disposal, for people to make films themselves and to make, and with artificial intelligence, I mean, every person in the world that has access to some basic technologies can become a cultural creative. I mean, it's an absolutely unprecedented time in history. And for me, I've come to see this moment as both maybe the most challenging moment in history and the most exciting moment. I mean, the most challenging because we are really facing destruction as a human species. We really are. I mean, if we really look at climate and at biodiversity collapse, there is a real risk of destruction. And we have these incredible opportunities that have never existed before. And so sometimes I'm thinking to myself, if there's any time in history where I could be born, what time would I choose? And I can only imagine choosing now because there's never been a moment that has been as critical, where we face collective destruction and we have extraordinary opportunities
That's
for
lovely
reinventing
to hear, Mr.
what it
Frederick.
means.
I thought you were going to choose the future, but okay, now is good also. Thank you for joining us. Many thanks to you for joining us, and we wish you the best of luck in your future endeavors. Ladies and gentlemen, this is
Thank you
it
very
for
much.
Mr. Frederick Lalucas.
Thank you.
Well, I hope you guys enjoyed this talk about innovation and the importance of implementing it in the field of education, science, and culture. Next ahead, we have, I guess, the best titled session for this day. It's called A Blue Ocean of Positive Change. What a lovely title. And for that, we will have Professor René Marboun, Professor of Strategy in INSEAD and co-director of INSEAD Blue Ocean Strategy Institute. Please welcome her on stage.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm delighted to be here. It's my first time in Riyadh, and I am thoroughly impressed. The amount of construction going up, the beauty of this building, it inspires me, and it stretches my imagination. It's innovation in itself. What I'd like to talk to you about today is, yes, how to create a blue ocean for positive change, but also how to create your own blue ocean. And to do that, I want to share with you the research that I have done with my colleague, Professor Chan Kim, who I have worked with now for over 30 years. So we consider ourselves a blue ocean team in itself. So I want to begin with a big question in the field of strategy, and that is, what is strategy? We used to think strategy was all about how to compete, how to outpace rivals. The theory holds that some industries are more attractive than others, and so strategy is all about how do I exploit that attractiveness by competing. Essentially, it's an industry-based view of strategy because we take the industry for granted and we try to compete and position within it. So the theory says, let's first analyze attractive industries, all industries. Let's analyze the competition, and based on that, let's figure out the best way to compete and position within that industry. We do that as governments as well, versus our cities and our states. We benchmark competition, we analyze the industry, and how are we going to make our city and our state stand out? And still today, as we know, competing is a very viable and an effective approach to strategy. But we pose the question, why should strategy only be about competing? When you compete, one wins and another loses. Why should we have to play this zero-sum game? So we pose the question, why can't strategy also be about creating? Industry history is very clear here. Industries are first created, then some companies jump in, they start to imitate, and then competition begins. But the field of strategy was only focused on how to compete and position once the industry existed. What we were missing was the other half, the half about strategy, about how to create those industries to start with. So my colleague Chan and I set out to study and understand how strategy could be a theory of creating with tools and processes so that we can act on that and make it happen. The question that just came out of the last session, how do you innovate and make that happen in education? That's what I heard. So the result of that was our first book. And if someone could help me advance this slide, maybe. It won't. Can someone advance the slide for me, please? It's not going. I can't see. Now I got to go backwards. Okay, and that was the result of our first book, Blue Ocean Strategy. Our goal in Blue Ocean Strategy was to create a theory, tools, and frameworks for the missing half of strategy about how to create, as the strategic field was void and vacuous in that area. So in Blue Ocean Strategy, we laid out the logic and the tools in order to create what we called these blue oceans of new market space, in contrast to what we call the red oceans of existing industries, which often were intensely competitive with supply exceeding demand. Hence, we use the color red because they were bloody, they were tough, and so the red ocean was the word. And we use the color blue, or the metaphor of the blue ocean, because the oceans that were being created, these new markets, were untainted and wide like the blue oceans around us. Now, after we published that book, a new question began to arise. Many people started to say to us, we are already competing in the red ocean of bloody competition. Our question is, how do I shift from competing to creating? What does it take to move from the red ocean to the blue ocean and create a culture of creativity that our people embrace? That question came from business leaders, business heads who saw their businesses operating in industries that were intensely competitive. But it also came from corporate leaders that said their entire portfolio was in the red ocean. And it came from division-level managers that saw their division in the same area and product-level managers. But it also came from national governments. National governments that said, we're being squeezed by low-cost countries and low-cost cities on the one hand, and highly differentiated and wealthy ones on the other, and we cannot attract capital and we cannot attract talent either to our nation state or to our city state. What would it take? So irrespective of the managerial position or the unit of analysis, common to all was they saw their markets contracting, their profit margins dwindling, their growth slowing, and they wanted to understand how can they make a strategic shift out of that red ocean to open up this new market space and do it in a way that they brought their people along. So what they were asking fundamentally was a new question. It was a question that would involve both the dynamics and that was transformative in nature. So let me be a bit more concrete and take you back to the classroom. Imagine for a minute a value cross frontier of an industry. When we are competing, we are positioning on the value cross frontier of the existing industry. Here, value and cost are seen as trade-offs because the best practices of an industry or nation states are known. And so the field of strategy says and encourages companies and governments, the way to succeed is to either be the most differentiated player or the lowest cost, but you need to make that trade-off in order to succeed so that we compete well on the productivity. You either be Mercedes-Benz or you be the low-cost rival. Then you'll do very well, but don't get stuck in the middle. However, but in order to shift from competing to creating, we can't operate on the existing productivity frontier. We have to move beyond it and open up a new frontier through a quantum leap in value. So here, it's not about choosing between differentiation or lower cost or making the trade-off. It's about how can I break that trade-off so I open that new frontier and with it, create new market space. So my colleague Chan and I spent over 10 years studying this, working with companies, governments, nonprofits on how they can make that transformation. And what we found is that making that transformation relies more on strategy than on strategy content. It also relies on the organization. So it's very key that we integrate strategy with the organization, because without people, no matter how smart your strategy is, there'll be no shift. So to succeed, we need more than a blue ocean compass, right? We need to have a roadmap, a step-by-step process so people feel confident to go on that journey with you. And at the same time, we need to understand that as human beings, we're not only mechanistic, rational beings, we're also emotional, and we have vulnerabilities, and we have to build what we call humanness into the process so people are willing to go on that journey with you and make that shift with you. What is missing in strategy is often this human element, or building humanness and building confidence so people can effectuate change. And so the result of our research is actually our second book, How to Shift from Competing to Creating to Open Up These Blue Oceans, even though we often begin in that red ocean of new market space. And Blue Ocean Shift laid out both the strategic architecture and the human architecture in order to make that happen. And that's what this book was all about. Now, let me share with you an example of a government that we actually work with to make a blue ocean shift. Now, as many of you know, or maybe all of you know, in many countries of the world, what is one of the dominant problems facing my country today, America? What is one of the rising problems governments face? Well, we face many, unfortunately. But one of them is rising crime. Rising crime. Many countries face rising crime. And not only is there rising crime, but there are overcrowded prisons as well. And on top of that, high recidivism rates. So criminals that, of course, they get arrested, they get put in prison, and then they get put back into society, and then boom, commit another crime, and they go right back in this revolving circle. And the implications of that are huge, right? It's very costly for taxpayers. It creates security issues for our citizens. It is debilitating for criminals because they can never break out of that vicious cycle, or it's very difficult. to become upstanding members of society. And of course, most of all, or not, and very importantly, it's heartbreaking for their families to watch that happen. Now, the question is, what are most government strategies to deal with it? Typically, we find governments follow one of two strategies. Either they build more prisons to deal with the issue, which is very costly and very time-consuming. Or, on the other hand, what do? They often look for prison, if they have their budgets are constrained, prison utilization, which often means mixing hardcore criminals with petty criminals. And what's the ramification of that? Prisons, you're talking about schools, actually become crime schools, right? So the petty criminal comes into the prison, they learn from the hardcore criminal, they get new tricks of the trade, they up their criminal skills, and then they get out and they learn. So they become crime schools. That's the reality of what happens. So either way, either different approach, while both strategies may succeed in terms of containment and in terms of punishment, what they don't succeed at is what our societies need most, which is rehabilitation. Well, the country of Malaysia faced that precise challenge. And they set out and they thought, well, if we are to benchmark the global best practices of the world, we're all going to remain stuck in this red ocean of high recidivism rates, overcrowded prisons, and people going back in around the clock. Look at California right now. Since 1980, in California, 22 prisons have been built. The annual prison budget is $9 billion. And what is the recidivism rate? Over 60% of the criminals continuously rotating. And how are those prisons? Despite 22 prisons, they're still overcrowded, not working. So Malaysia thought, well, what we need to do is we need to create a shift in our strategy and our approach to break that vicious cycle. That's what we need to do. So they turned to what was called the National Blue Ocean Strategy Summit, which was started by the Prime Minister. And the National Blue Ocean Strategy Summit met once a month, and it brought together Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, all the ministries, the heads of the civil servants, the highest levels, people from security, as well as, depending on the issue that they tended to address, sometimes people from the private sector, to say, how can we look across our tunnels and our divisions and our silos that separate us to create innovative solutions, and let's get all the key players in the room so we can learn from one another instead of maximizing within our silo, where we tend to always do the same things again and again. If we want to shift our strategy, we need to learn across from one another. And so they set out to put this blue ocean shift and look at this challenge of crime. Of course, as the first thing I said they did is they realized we will not benchmark global best practices. Often global best practices are actually what was just started at some point by a leading nation that we never challenged, that everyone imitated, because if the leader is doing it, it must be good, without stepping back and having an independent and courage point of view to say, does that really make sense? Yeah, they're doing it, but just because they're doing it, does that mean it's the wisest approach? So they set out to do that. So when they got their people together, they started to look for a creative strategy. They said, no, as in the process, we're going to start to surface, identify what are the fundamental assumptions that we make that we don't even realize we make. Chief among them was the key assumption that all criminals should be in prisons. And so they asked the question, is there an alternative to very costly, high-security prisons that could create a huge impact to reduce recidivism and crime and at the same time achieve lower cost? Because a lot of times when we think innovation, it's adding bells and whistles, which is, of course, ka-ching, 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 money, 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 without thinking how we can lower cost. To shift that frontier, you have to break the trade-off. Differentiation and low cost breaks the trade-off. So they are pursuing not just being different, but being low cost. That's the first question. As they started to run this idea in their mind, how can we think an alternative beyond that? They started to realize with the ministry and security together, something they never saw before. Many of their military bases had idle land. And they started to think, those military bases have high security. They have high security to keep everyone from coming in. But couldn't that high security also be used to keep people from going out? Especially for petty criminals, who is the highest population in most prisons, couldn't we create an effective, low-cost security environment by converting part of that idle land and military bases to this lower-cost security environment for petty criminals? They start to wonder. Second assumption they start to bring to the surface, they never realized opportunities and they found for rehabilitation. Why? They found out that the key expertise needed for rehabilitation was not the expertise of the ministry in charge of prisons. The ministry in charge of prisons, their expertise was in containment and high security, but what was needed for rehabilitation was education, training, issues with your family involvement, employment, and those other ministries did. So they started working through all these ideas and they said, what could we come up with in doing that? And so they started to think about a whole new concept of a prison. I want to show you. By going through these ideas and more, working through one another, this is what they call, the Malaysia government made a shift to the community rehabilitation program. And so you may not think of it, maybe when we think of a prison, we think of bars and high security and high walls, but this was the prison that they created. And what they did was they took that idle land by the government in some of the idle land in the military bases, built this facility here, and in doing so was able to achieve very fast, rapidly, at very lower cost, a facility for petty criminals in the country. So lowering cost, creating speed, but most importantly, making sure to separate criminals, hardcore criminals for petty criminals, so they were not only didn't share, but they never were influenced by them. But that was just the start. They also brought in the Ministry of Agriculture and the Ministry of Education to start teaching high vocational skills to how to cultivate fish, how to grow agriculture, so that when the prisoners left, they could sell those products while they were in prison to make money. They'd accumulate money, but they'd also see a financial alternative to going to crime of how they could support their living. This is where you see these ponds, you see these agricultural, this is where they were learning to grow crops, they were learning to cultivate fishes and shrimps and high-yield products, which they were selling. But they also didn't stop there as well. They brought in also the Human Rights Commission to create a bond with families. Now, typically in a prison, what do we do when we go to a prison? Normally, you talk to your family when they come behind a glass wall and you have maybe 30 minutes. But here what they did, they had it that the families could come often and regularly. They didn't sit behind a wall. They got to hug their family members and they got to play with their children. And in doing that, they were reminded how much they are loved by their family, how important they were, and how much they needed them to be changed. And in fact, it humanized them. It humanized them, because often, you know, we commit a crime, and then what do we do when we commit a crime? We feel ashamed of ourselves, and instead of going toward our family, we pull away from our family. And so that helped to do that, right? And so that's what they did there and built that in. And then, of course, then they also brought in the Ministry of, I think the Ministry of Education or Housing to help them as well get jobs at the end. But let me just show you how much their strategy diverged If that is a traditional prison, that red oceans of factors they compete on, this is what the community rehabilitation program looked like, both differentiated by all the factors, as you can see, and it's lower cost. Let me just give you the bottom line. Since it was created, the recidivism rate dropped by 90%. That helped to create, obviously, prisoners that don't go back anymore, dropping crime, making families happy. But also what it did is drop the cost structure. These prisons were 85% cheaper to build and 58% cheaper to manage on a daily and ongoing basis. And so what we can see here quickly is they shifted not on that productivity frontier of competing low to high, but they opened up a whole new frontier. That is the first community rehabilitation program using idle military land in the world, and created that blue ocean space, creating both differentiation and low cost with the government. So that is what that is. Rebecca, I'm trying to think, do we have time or yes? So what I'd love to do right now then, in the interest of time, is maybe invite Rebecca on stage, and you want to ask me a few questions on how we did that. I'd be delighted to take that with you.
Thank you so much. It's nice to be invited up. Let's have a chat. Please sit down. Thank you so much, Professor Renee. Come all the way from New York, I understand it?
Yes.
And going back to Fontainebleau and INSEAD soon?
New York again. But
New York. Well, do give New York and France our love when you are back there. Fascinating to hear, I'm sure that you would all agree, about your projects, your research, your books. We'll talk about the pipeline for new and current publications. Blue sky thinking, a lot of it, and blue ocean philosophy. Especially interesting when it comes to the humanizing of processes, practices, and strategies. How well received has this concept been? Is it easy for people to grasp and even to implement?
So Blue Ocean Shift, the whole book, even the first National Youth Orchestra of Iraq was based on Blue Ocean strategy, which brought Sunni and Shia and Kurds together, interestingly. It's beautiful, youth orchestra. So the book is filled with all examples, from the Malaysian government to an orchestra to all sectors of the economy. So yeah, I think it's been quite well received around the world, yes.
It's highly transferable from country to country, from government to government.
You know, we don't see any difference really across countries, nor across institutions. I think what is critical, though, is that you have a leader, depending on whatever level you are at, that has determined that you really want to make a shift and you want to work with your people to make that happen. And that is very important as well, yes. But the book outlines in the process, there is a structured process to go through, and it shows you how to bring your people in so that they can own and drive that process with you. This was happened in Malaysia by bringing all the key stakeholders together to make that happen and making them feel the problem that the country faced. So they were willing to work together, and when they did, they saw what their ideas could build, which actually created more excitement to take on new projects, yes.
What would be your key takeaways for government, not least those who sit in the room, but also the region and further beyond?
You know, I think really critical is getting the key stakeholders together, and also, and not only, and listening to our people, and I mean our citizens. I think it's really critical. I think sometimes we start to think we're so smart, and we don't hear the hearts and really the real concerns of our citizens, that we move in a way that they understand and at the speed that they can move with us, that we don't leave behind. And if we don't do that, you can create tremendous social instability. And I think that's really critical. And I, in my life, have always found, even my drivers in countries have taught me things. There's wisdom in every human being when we listen. So I think getting the key stakeholders in Malaysia was very critical, that when they started, the ministers actually, for the first time, went to the civil servants' buildings. The civil servants are there always. The ministers changed over time, politics. And that was the first time the civil servants had the ministers walk into theirs. And I can tell you, it felt really good. And they were beginning to be able to want to listen because they felt respected.
Mm-hmm.
If we give respect, we get respect. Mm-hmm. And I think there's human dynamics, and the book really goes into that. I think, you know, another critical thing I just want to say, that approach to the prison, it worked in Malaysia. We often think there's one global best practice. You're all here looking for that. But our countries are different. They have different resources, we have different capabilities, different natural endowments. And I think it's brilliant to learn from everyone, but then to honor our own resources and distinctiveness well, and to see how can that be part of the blue ocean we create for ourselves, not thinking that we need to only imitate others, because everyone has their own beauty. And the most beautiful blue oceans are created by learning from others, but seeing our own beauty and leveraging that as well. And I just want to encourage that. Sometimes I see such a drive, everyone to almost commoditize an industry or everything doing the same when we have such distinctive things we could bring for more, you call it an environment, biodiversity, and I call it, you know, diversity of ideas and blue oceans that are possible.
I think that's interesting, not least because of the hat that you wear at INSEAD, because we're not traditionally or haven't traditionally been taught to think independently, to think outside the box. But it's from that way of directed thought that we do get the new ideas, the new adoptions of strategies, right?
I think, you know, that is a very key thing. I think often we, you know, in sociology is called structure and agency. There's structure, and then there's our own agency. And competing strategy said, let's structure, take the structure as it is, and you use your agency to modify that. But I think blue ocean strategies start with their own agency. So if you go back, and maybe it's sensitive for me to say it in this country, but Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Sheikh Mo, he started with the desert, but he could imagine beyond that. He didn't let his structure shape his strategy. He let his vision of what he wanted to create value, shape that. And I think that's very, very important. And what I would encourage people, because we're all capable, is take a step back and to always say, you know, does that make sense for us or at the speed? And have these conversations where the different ministries come together and start to, and sometimes you do need a facilitator involved to help you, because sometimes we don't even know what we assume and take for granted. We don't understand the assumptions we're making. And to help people air that to the surface, and then we can, yeah, I didn't even know I'm assuming something. So there's a lot of human dynamics, and I think the book, Blue Ocean Shift, goes into that very much. And I think also, having a structured process. If somebody is instinctively an innovator, that's a blessing, right? Mm-hmm. Everyone has different things. But also, we can all bring that out if we have some kind of a structured process, because otherwise we're scared to create, because we have to let go of what we know to explore something new, and none of us want to fail. So I think that having a process that helps us step by step get there is very critical.
Mm-hmm. We speak about the region, but as we sit here in Saudi, how inspired have you been, not least by the forum, but also the visions and the milestones achieved by Saudi so far in recent years?
You know, I'm really impressed, actually. So I've only landed 2 hours ago, and it is my first time, but I see all the cranes, and I see I love that you're trying to do things that are indigenous to your area, because I think people around the world love seeing what is indigenous to an area, and there's so much beauty to it. But I see, you know, the largest garden you're trying to, I see this structure here, it's gorgeous. The outside pavilion there. So I think you're on it, and I was very proud to see your green flags. How many green flags did I see on the roads to try to build national pride in your citizens? And I think that was really beautiful as well. And so I think that's great. And I would only say there's multiple blue oceans that are possible. And I would just want to always sit back and know, are we carving our blue ocean? and to continue to carve our blue ocean? Or are we tantalized by someone else doing something and we start to try to imitate them instead of, and we can learn, but from ourselves. And so, you know, that's maybe what I'd say. But yes, I think it's beautiful. And I'm inspired, and I wish I was staying longer than I am. So I'm very, and you know what I felt with all those cranes? I felt hope, which was lovely. Yeah.
Amal, yes, there's much hope and much achievement. And speaking of achievements, your magnum opus is your prodigious books, and you have another one already it's published, right? Your second one,
so
and another one in production.
If I take 2 minutes, I would like to take 2 minutes, if I can, to show you. Let's put it up. Hey, why not? Can you put my PowerPoint up just for a second? I won't stay long. I know time is up.
This was not a planned promotion,
it's not planned,
just to let you know.
But
an innocent
I'm just saying,
question.
it's a book and it's coming out, and yes, that's it. How business and society can thrive together, and why do I say it? When I heard the last talk, and they were talking education, he was saying, you know, we have to disrupt everything. And that, you know, who will be willing to disrupt that? Because disruption often creates lots of resistance. And in our new book, it's how business and society can thrive together. It's about, do we only need to disrupt? And it introduces this theory of non-disruptive creation, how we can create with not displacing industries, companies, or jobs in the future. And for us, we see that is very critical because you mentioned also a technology, fourth industrial revolution. There are millions of jobs increasingly at risk of either being eliminated or pared down. And the question is, where are those new jobs going to come from? When we create new markets by disrupting, there's long-term growth, but in the interim, there's a lot of jobs that get destroyed and displaced, creating even more displacement. And in our book, we theory of non-disruptive creations, how can we create new industries, new markets, new jobs, but without that displacement to help absorb some of that labor, because too many people not working is not good for a society. Even if we can pay people somehow with what they call UBI, is that really, human beings are good when we're productive, when we're busy. And so it goes into that. So I will stop there, but we are passionate about it. It comes out in May. And we do have a government initiative in that one as well. And that would be our hope, that we can see, business and society thrive together with all stakeholders. And we believe there is a path to it where we can do more positive some outcomes in the future. And it's all of you that can make that happen.
But you have to read the book first, obviously.
Well,
but
no,
whilst we have you here...
Well, you know, I don't even want to say that. Of course, I'd be honored if that were the case. But
what's the key takeaway then? What can you tell us? A speed read of the book would reveal what for the people in this room?
Well, I mean, at the highest level that, you know, disruption isn't the only way to innovate and grow, of course, would be the highest. But I don't want to, you know, do a marketing for the book. But it gives us the process, the tools for how we can find industry and market space in our governments, in our countries, and even in the field of education, to renew our education without destroying everything that exists, so that we're renewing stepwise over time in a way that our society can adjust. You know, one time I was with the government of Singapore. It was Valentine's Day, believe it or not. And we were with the heads of all the different ministries, and they were talking about trying to draw a curve from red to blue. And they said it's not drastic enough. And I said, if it were drastic, because you involve the whole country, would you have the confidence to execute that drastic curve? And they said, well, so many people are involved, so much is at stake. Maybe not. So when we're moving a society, we also need to understand that we bring our people. And so, you know, even in the field of education, those ideas, or what are those new spaces we can create without disruption, start renewing our education to make our citizens relevant without necessarily scratching everything in the past. And then as those take hold, we start to drop this element and we migrate over, but our societies come with us in a way that it's not just a, you know, jolt, and we have people reeling and with stress and fear and scare. And then this beautiful society becomes anxious, and that's a very, very difficult situation.
I guess that's my last question then, in terms of, it's a top-down and a bottom-up
Yes,
effect.
it is.
Which also means there needs to be changes in mindset, as you say, to encourage people to engender and foster the process rather than force it to happen. How do we win over hearts and minds? How do we change mindsets to this new type of thinking?
Well, I think one thing is to listen. Sometimes I think that I see around the world often a very disconnect between the way the leaders see the world and then when I talk to the average person, what their reality is. It's tremendous. So we know there's a growing gap of trust in the world between citizens often and governments. And so one thing is to listen, I think. That is the beginning step. The second thing, as I talked about, is getting key stakeholders and getting some people in at different levels and meeting people on the streets and talking with people and hearing really what their concerns are and what their daily life is. I think that's critical. I think the second thing is, doing pilot projects as well, so we can improve on what we're doing and seeing how it's taking, and then we have a success that we can show to citizens. So I think, there are multiple steps in that. But I think communicating, and I think realizing too that most citizens around the world, people, they just want to love their families. They want to be able to provide a decent life for them and have dignity to know that they can. And they're not looking to take over things and do these things. If we can give them that, they're pretty good to go along. And we want to make sure we're listening so that we can help them achieve that. And I believe there is a way to do that. I believe there is a way to do that. And I think everyone has something to contribute. And I do believe blue oceans are possible for everyone in this room. So I just want to, yeah.
And just in conclusion, everyone does have something to contribute, and we greatly value yours. So thank you so much for being with us. Let me just lastly connect the dots between a blue ocean theory of positive change and what we're trying to achieve here at FESCIOF in terms of extreme optimism, a positive outlook, road mapping, concretizing the next steps for education, science, and culture. What's the direct correlation between what you do, your research and work, your publications, and what we're doing here, our endeavors?
I think I would want to pick out, I think you can use it directly. So I don't know, you can do it in three ways. You can think about creating a blue ocean within culture, within science, within technology, or you can scope a specific initiative that you want to change. I don't know what that scope is. Is it going to be, I don't know, cultural education? You have to scope it and bring the key stakeholders involved and to say, what are the assumptions that we are making? How could we shift and create a new frontier that is both differentiated and lower cost and surface the assumptions that we're making? And are we not just jumping on a bandwagon that seems to be running in these areas and saying, well, we're going to do it too? And are we sitting back and saying, what makes sense for our region to help us move there? So I'm sorry, that's an ambiguous answer to you. I like being very concrete, but I need to, have spent a little time to be able to scope that down.
And to give me an example, within the sphere of culture, for example, what would you point to?
Well, give me one or two things in culture that people are thinking of.
I think one of the biggest problems is we're worried about the youth and that they are disconnecting from it or maybe not valuing or understanding that they are the custodians. It is their obligation and their duty going forward to preserve, to protect the culture and heritage of somewhere, anywhere in the region, not least Saudi. And the digital shift is pushing them in potentially a different direction when the two should be converging. So how would you approach that challenge?
Well, okay, so that's more basic and it's very personal. But I think one thing I feel, I don't have your experience here. But I think that in America, I can say, what I see happening is that families do not raise their children anymore. The technology raises the child. I see the children I see parents walking their kids, their infants, on the phone, and even giving their child to be quiet a phone. So my daughter doesn't do social media. My daughter is a teen. And we're going to sit home and I'm going to talk to her about things at night. Even though I'm too busy, it's tough luck for me. Because I want to spend time with my family. People get older and they wonder, how come my children don't come visit me? So my question is, so the cultural point is, you have your flags flying here. Do we build tell what our people have to be proud of? Are we building the museums in our construction? Are we building our buildings to show what is distinctly us, so our people see what we have and we don't glamorize other areas in the world only, but have pride in ourselves? And I think I see that happening here. And to do it in a way that is not homogenized around the world, but brings out your own beauty, your own food, your own culture, your own movies that's distinctive. But I think the second thing is really moderating for our youth when they're very young, until 17 or 16, as best we can, some level of their technology indulgence, and more time in conversations and with families and doing things. Personally, I think that's really important to building deep relationships. I think a lot of youth don't feel seen any longer. And so they feel seen in the technology because they can do this. Because even when they're with their families or their parents, their mind is somewhere else. And you have to put that down. So it's kind of personal, but I do see, because it comes from the youth, but then you can tell me I'm too old-fashioned. I am very old-fashioned in many ways.
A digital detox.
My
is a
daughter
good
tells
thing.
me that all the time, Mom. And I said, that's right, and I'm going to remain that way proudly.
And your daughter is okay with that? She doesn't mind?
Well, you know,
she's no different, maybe.
You pick your battles carefully with children, but I explained to my daughter what are some of the dangers of that. And you know, I have to say, like we have, there's no guarantee in life in anything. And I cannot say what will happen. Everyone is their own human soul on their own journey in this universe. But if I explain to my daughter, and I do, look at the negative implications that happens to the youth of their anxiety, committing suicide, the stress, a lot of this, and also that within 3 clicks, a little child can see things they should never see, never see. And so, you know, I do these things. Of course, at each age, I have to relax, and some levels that I don't even want to relax, but I understand I have to, otherwise she won't. But you know what I found, too, with youth? I found they don't mind the boundaries as much as we think. Sometimes I think they like to know that somebody, I always tell my daughter that, you know, if I thought it was good for you, I'm the first to say yes. I want everything great for you, but when I say no, it's because I really don't believe in I'm going to give you the reasons and debate with me. I'm going to have it. But in the end, of course, I am the parent, you know?
You are indeed.
So I don't know, but please forgive me. That's very personal, and it may be bad advice, but it's something I do see, and I see a lot of youth. I feel their little soul is floating. And I think love and family is a really strong anchor, and that can build our cultures, too.
And on that beautiful note, and it's always great to have a personal anecdote because it makes it so much more relatable. Please join me in thanking the fantastic Professor Renee.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rebecca.
Thank you. Please take a seat. Thank you so much to the Professor, a digital detox. That is my motivation for the weekend. It will happen for me and all my children. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a fantastic, high-powered, important panel coming up to conclude our forum. As we ask the questions, what have we really learned in recent days? What did we outline for ourselves in terms of wanting to better understand? And what are our forum's next steps? How do we best prepare the ground, not least, for better partnership and collaboration? Please join me in welcoming back my guests. Firstly, His Excellency Mohamed Ouled Amar. He is the Director General of the Arab League Educational, Cultural and Scientific Organization, Alexo. Please welcome him. Welcome, Your Excellency. Next, please welcome His Excellency Dr. Salim Al-Malik, the Director General of the Islamic World Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And last but by no means least, Constanza Farina. She is the Director of the Regional Bureau in Beirut and the representative of UNESCO to Lebanon and Syria. Please welcome her too. Excellencies and Constanza, thank you so much. It's wonderful. It's an honor to be able to chair this important panel discussion. In honor of yesterday, an International Women's Day, let me come to ladies first, Your Excellencies, if you'll permit me. Constanza, we have heard so much about the importance of collaboration and where we go from here. The criticism has been in some quarters that governments in the region and beyond, and also many institutions, organizations work in silos. The communication is not there internally, therefore externally, it's also a challenge. How do we bridge that gap? How do we fix it? What have we learned in the past 2 days in terms of next steps?
Thank you very much, Rebecca, and again, good afternoon, everybody, Excellencies. Yes, it has been an extremely enriching discussion. In fact, a lot has been said that can address your question. And from my side, I was very happy to see that, to hear that the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development is the institutional framework around which we can all work together and address the challenges that are coming up. Obviously, we said that we want to have transformational innovative solutions. So there are several solutions that have been mentioned. And maybe if you allow me, shall I start to mention two? One in particular concerning the financing. Everybody is concerned about who is going to pay for the achievement of the 2030 Agenda. I wish to thank the colleagues who mentioned that we need 2.5 trillions. Is a shocking figure, but I think it needs to be interpreted. We need certainly financing which is agile, which is predictable, and which is flexible. But it's not only cash, it's not only loans, it's not only grants. We need to look at the whole of government approach and the whole of society approach, as you were mentioning. We need to see national budgets. It's not only a matter of my Minister of Finance. We need to talk to Minister of Education, Energy, Water, Tourism, Higher Education, and see how they can best and more effectively and efficiently utilize the existing resources. Second, we need to have a whole of society approach, and this is where the private sector comes in. Not only in terms of PPP, of course PPP is a big component of it, but there is also in-kind contribution from the private sector. For example, they can give energies, assets, they can invest their corporate social responsibility funding and contribute to the achievement of the SDGs. We have the billionaires, but not only billionaires, also individuals. Sometimes they remain anonymous, but they contribute. If they have a framework, they can contribute. And the diaspora has not been mentioned, for example. There is big remittances. So this could be one solution. Shall I go to the next, or shall I
One more, briefly,
One
and
more
then I'll come back
is
to you.
strategic partnership and sustained partnership. This has been discussed a lot. We need to, the consensus is we need to get together, we need to work more closely together. The partnership needs to be qualified. We heard about KPIs, we heard about quality of deliverables. They need to be based on the shared values, on the shared strategic priorities, and we need to they need to address the emerging challenges. I would insist on climate change because this is critical, but otherwise there are others, of course. There is a digital device we mentioned, there are quality of education, of course, but they have to be focused, partnership need to be focused to help the solutions, to help reach the solutions.
Exactly. Thank you very much, Constanza, Your Excellency. Over the past 2 days, we have heard much discussion about how important, how vital the sectors of education, culture, and science are. Much talk has also been had between the private and the public sector, as we were saying yesterday. But how do we turn ambition into action? What are the next steps, in your opinion?
2 days ago, and before this conference, I read an article written by His Highness Prince Badr, the Minister of Culture. And what he said, that in every success story you have to search for 3 big things: education, culture, and science. And he stressed the importance that these are the beginning for all the developments that countries are looking for. And these are the only way that you could really sort of fight the challenges that we're facing now. Now, in my opinion, people talk about building capacities, training people. What is really most important is you build capacity within your organization. Don't build the houses and leave your house not being renovated or rebuilt or structured on a strong basis. So I think the most important things is that you really sort of look into within yourself, within your organization, equip your organization with the right people, and always search for the best project and best programs that you are sure that you can deliver. But if you just say that we're going to have 10 projects and you don't have the people who could run these projects, it's going to be a big failure. And this is what I really want to stress once again, is we have the National Commission in every country, whether it's UNESCO, ISISCO, or Alexo. And those are there to help. These are your eyes in these countries. And if you really don't communicate with them, if you don't listen to them, they will tell you their needs. So to address their needs, you have to talk to them, you have to communicate with them. And they will tell you that we need something in education that is totally different from what Pakistan needs or what other countries need. That's another issue, is that looking into the expert. People always say that we have to utilize the expert that we have within the organization. But sometimes you need to look into experts from outside the organization. Just give you an example. In our member state, which is 54 member state, in education, we are not in even the top 50 when it comes to education. So we have to look to experts from countries that are really strong in education, that can help you to refocus, help you in how to build your education system, what are the projects that you should do, and they can teach you how to work, teach you how to develop your education system, particularly when it comes to policies and processes. Last thing is, I think, governance within your organization. If you cannot govern or if you don't build the governance within your organization, how would you know that the project that you're doing with a country is done right? How would you know that the money that you have spent in that project was spent in the right direction with to the right people? So to govern, to build the governance within you could really sort of put this into your program, your project. I just want to mention a few things that we always talk about collaboration. I want to shift from collaboration to complementing each other, because sometimes you sign MOUs and those MOUs will never work. But if you convince the other organization that we will complement each other, I think that will be a total difference and the total shift from the word collaboration to, let's say, complementation or complementing each other. And I think this is the most important issues. Last, I think such a conference is an important to continue. I think it's an initial start. And thank you for Saudi Arabia. Thank you for the Ministry of Culture, the National Commission, the Saudi National Commission. Thank you for the organizers. But I think that we have to build on the outcomes of this. If we just leave and have the recommendation or the outcomes or the declaration without building on what comes on that declaration, I will feel really very sorry. I assure you that we at ISISCO will do the maximum to really make the outcomes of this conference and convert them into action. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is what we want to hear. These are the next steps. These are the key pillars for us to move forward. Would you agree, Your Excellency, of everything that Dr. Salim has said, but also how we move forward? I love the idea of complementing each other as opposed to collaborating, which sounds almost clinical in its approach and almost a win-lose for some organizations, they might believe, when it should always be a win-win. What is your take, your précis of what has happened over the past 2 days and where we go from here?
شكرا جزيلا. أظن أن المنظمة العربية للتربية والثقافة والعلوم والمملكة العربية السعودية ووزارة الثقافة واللجنة الوطنية السعودية كانوا في تحدي كبير أن تجمع المنظمات الثلاثة في لحظة زمنية فارقة على المستوى العالمي وتحقق الحلم والهدف. هذا التحدي الأول. التحدي الثاني أن استطعنا في اليومين الماضيين، يوم أمس واليوم، أن نعترف للمنظمات الثلاثة بما أنجزوه من تراكمات علمية وثقافية وتعليمية كبيرة جدا، وفهم هذه المنظمات لأهم التحولات. النقطة الثانية أيضا هو أن في اليومين اليوم أمس واليوم استطعنا أن نفهم أن المنظمات الثلاثة تجمع على التحولات العالمية الكبيرة جدا وأهمية هذه التحولات تدخل كبرامج وأهداف لهذه المنظمات. النقطة الأخرى اللي أيضا استفدنا منها من اليومين هي أن الجهد الأحادي لا يستطيع أن يوصلنا إلى الهدف، والشراكة مهمة، والتنافس لا يعني ليس إلا في التميز، لكن علينا أن نتكامل كمنظمات باعتبار أن التحديات هي تحديات كونية، لأن المشاكل التي طرحت من يوم أمس على هذه المنصة لم تكن مشاكل فردية أو لدولة واحدة، بل كانت مشاكل كونية، لأنها متعلقة بالسلم والسلام والأمن والاستقرار والتعليم والثقافة على مستوى العالم. إذا ما نوقش يوم أمس كانت تحديات كونية. ما دام التحديات كونية يجعلنا كمنظمات اليوم
as organizations to coordinate between these organizations, and this gives us the opportunity that has been available, and we need to have two slogans. The first slogan, the sustainability of this conference, and to have it in the future. The second thing, the mechanism of the sustainability. Yes, we might not be achieving all of the objectives of this conference, but we achieved 99% or 90% of these objectives, and we want to pursue this in the future, and the coordination will not be committed due to the collaboration between these and to have a preparing committees due to the future is a matter that for us, all of us, and the mechanism as organizations and organizer of this conference, we need to know the timing, and we knew in the past 2 days that the time has been changed, and due to these changes, it became shorter than we expected, and this is due to the technology advancement, AI emerging, and the necessity of the relationships between the states, and the 2 days that we discussed, there is a huge the gap between the countries and even inside the country itself. So we need so much efforts. We need to have coordination between us. Yes, to have a new organization and new change. A couple of years ago, I had centralized managers, and I was describing them lunatic, because I have there is an online in the blockchain and the NFT systems, and it was talking about the digital currency Alexo, and one of the managers were talking about the whole plan of the culture, and I have a manager about the plan of education of the emergency. I have another manager was talking about the unified basement and the data bank, and having the all of them. I was to have the first decision to fire all my 4 managers, but after hearing these managers, I considered that they were thinking at the right time and at the right place, and this makes us as organizations and those who are organizing, we need to work on in the right time, the right place, because the challenge is the value of time. And shukran jazilan.
Let me pick up on some of those points, if I may. Costanza, so much to unpack and unpick, and so much has been generated from the past 2 days. But just picking up what His Excellency was saying, not least in the digital sphere, and the pace of change, and how we need to catch up, and technology is moving faster than us. The learning crisis that we have heard much about over the past 2 days, the global north, the global south, the digital divide. What have we learned about how we can bridge that gap?
Absolutely. I fully agree with the very wise statement and words of their excellencies. Let me contribute exactly on what we can do next steps. Yes, you mentioned these 2 big priorities. One is the learning crisis, and the fact that even before COVID, education system and the education community could not really contribute to quality education for all. And the whole thing has been aggravated, obviously, by the COVID pandemic. Now, let me go back to the Sustainable Development Goals, and particularly number 4, because we were saying what are the goals and what we can contribute to. One issue that comes out from this forum, this extraordinary forum, is the fact that education, culture, and science are very strongly interconnected. And we cannot advance on education if we don't advance on science and in culture at the same time. And on the contrary, we need to enhance the intersectoriality, how culture can improve on education and how education can influence culture for a better impact, for the larger impact. Also, impact was an important issue word that has been mentioned. Now, so coming back to education, SDG 4, I want to recall 1 second the Transforming Education Summit that took place last year in New York with a number of stakeholders, UN, government, very high level, NGOs, youth. And out of this summit, a number of global initiatives have been launched, and 2 are particularly critical for the world, but also for this region in specific. One is Greening Education Partnership, and Greening Education Partnership is something everybody can easily relate to. It has been mentioned also in some of the sessions, means not only making sure that the schools are empowered with solar panels and clean energy, but also the teachers, the curricula, the whole community around the school is climate ready. So this is certainly something, an initiative where strategic partnership can be built, alliances, issue-based coalitions, we're talking about, coalitions around specific issues that are of common interest. So there is an invitation to all of us, to all of you, to really join the Greening Education Partnership. And the second, you mentioned about the digital divide and how important technology can adversely or positively impact our lives. Now, another important initiative emanating from the Transforming Education Summit is the Gateways for Public Digital Learning. What does it mean? It means that every learner, every parent, and every teacher should have access to open content, educational content, which will contribute to their advancement. That's a huge initiative which will enhance the quality education that we have been missing so far and will contribute to the achievement of the SDGs.
Thank you so much. Dr. Salim, if I can come back to you. Would you agree with what you've heard over the past 2 days, and indeed from Constanza, about potential solutions to, I'd say it's shortening the journey between the North and the Global South, but also helping bridge the digital gap? It's so important, so critical to every single sector that we have discussed, with education, culture, technology, and also the arts. So how do we give access to people? As much as finance is a problem, access to digitalization and digital technology is such a problem, not least for the Global South.
Definitely, I agree, but I always ask the question, the school that we know today, are they going to exist tomorrow? Big questions now, because open education, digitalization is sweeping the whole thing. So I think that we really have to rethink of the way that we educate. What we teach today, by 2030, it may not be relevant. And almost like 80% of the job for the 2030 was not relevant even for 2020. So we really have to look into things that are innovative. And this is something that I mentioned yesterday. International organization has to be innovative. And if you don't consider innovation as part of your way of functioning, I think you are stuck with the past. Now, to look into the future, I think you really have to invest in youth. And this is why we shifted in ISISCO. 27% of our manpower today is youth who are below the age of 30 years. The other one is focus on women. And I think that, again, I don't like the word empowering women, but I always say giving women the right position. Our leadership, 50% of our leadership is women. I think combining both will give you a much better sense of what the future is given. The other important thing is that organizations should always link themselves with universities. Now, if you are, the research and what's going on, it's the university that really has looked into it and discovered it. And many of the discoveries comes out of and that's why we decided to establish 100 scientific chairs in different universities, whether from our member state or non-member state. We have one in Sao Paulo, Brazil. We have one in Sorbonne. We have one in Berlin. 10 days ago, we signed with Shanghai International University. So linking international universities, linking international organization with university, I think, is a must if you want really to envision and look into the future. I just have also one recommendation I hope that will be your two recommendation. I was thinking that if 10% of the budget for the programs of the 3 organizations is become like a fund that we all participate in certain programs that we together, I think that will build a stronger relationship between the organization. We will not duplicate, but we will complement. The second thing that I think that we have to build a platform, an informatic platform between the 3 organizations so that you know what I'm doing, I know what you're doing, and if you're doing something in education, in a preschool education, I shouldn't do it. In fact, I should come and just kind of support you rather than... or we develop certain programs together by formulating a committee between the 3 organizations so that we at least work together in building these programs.
We can. And unfortunately, the clock has beaten us. In the briefest way possible, with the greatest of respect, if I can come to you, Your Excellency, for a quick closing word. We sit here, so much learned, so much to do. How can we be sure that what we're doing here at FESCIOF is the right thing at the right time?
الاهتمام بالتعليم.
Taking care of education and taking care of the schools and knowing the curriculum and starting with this curriculum, this will make us reach the right path, and this is considered one of the biggest issues, especially in our Arab countries. Curriculum needs to be reviewed, and this is one of the basics that we need to be ensuring, as this will be achieving peace, stability, and the education organizations, if it's not successful, other things will be failing. So investment in education considered one of the key elements. So this is what will make the biggest influence, and the universe is all of us, and education is what will make this be happening.
Learning, that's the key takeaway. Please join me in thanking our incredible host and my esteemed panel of guests. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a short speech presentation from His Excellency Dr. Salim Al-Malik, if he would like to take to the podium. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of Allah, the Merciful, the Passionate, peace be upon our Prophet. Peace and bless be upon you. It is the future. It is the future. We are saying it currently, now, and tomorrow, and every time. we are not going to get bored of repeating the future and its importance. It is the magical key of all our expectations, and today they being very surprised that so we need actually to be prepared for the future and not being surprised, and our generations being surprised of the future. This is a very crucial responsibility, as well as an owner responsibility. Work for the future, as you are living forever, and the future consider as a very important, and we need to be prepared with a very good efforts for the future, and to work as a whole with all entities to be ready for the future and be committed to our passions and and we are working together to find a international social prosperity that represents the human being. Ladies and gentlemen, the Cisco's participation is not coming as a habit, but it is actually considered, Cisco considered itself as a part of the international intellectual organizations. Cisco is a future organization and works very hard to have a very important policies for the future. So the future is not being ignorant or not. We are aware of the future, so we are always prepared for it. And today we are on this very speed up. We are in this train going very quick, and we try to keep up with this fast. And as Pablo Neruda, the pottery, saying that those who are not traveling or reading will die slowly, dying slowly. Those who do not change their habits, those they do not take the adventure to talk and to work also. So this is the future this time, knocking our doors, and because so we need to be even though we are all in a various with our various identities, cultures, we are looking for the future, and we are focusing on all domains, and the language also fields. We are talking here all these aspects, helping us to reach our goals, and we have actually this variant live, and so how are we going to, shall we be friends for the future? Are we going to prepare the features of the future and change and choose the drawing of the future and choose its color and taste and smell to be well known, and drawing the future as in science, through the science, and trusting the future, and we see it as a culture to determine our identities and our beliefs. This is the directions that we want and the goals that we are looking forward from this forum. It's very clear, and it's very crystal clear, and there is no way other than the cooperation and the honesty, and we are working together. And allow me here at the end to thank His Excellency, His Royal Highness Badr bin Farhan, who's attending with us usually, even though he's not here today. And a lot of thanks. I extend my thanks to the National Center and the Elixo organization, and for you, our distinguished guests, and thanks. Peace and blessed be upon you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your speech. And we must thank our panelists and Rebecca for this really powerful panel that we ended our day with today. Thank you, Rebecca, and thank you, panelists.
Thank you, Your Excellencies. Thank you, Constanza.
So, ladies and gentlemen, in times where international and multilateral organizations are being really and increasingly pressured to deliver on their complex mandates in times of economic, social, and political change. But with challenge comes great opportunities, just like this forum today, the inaugural Future of Education, Science, and Culture of International Organizations Forum, hosted by the Arab League of Education, Culture, and Science, Elixo, and the Saudi National Commission of Culture, Education, and Science, SNC. This conference has indeed got the conversation started, but created an expanded ecosystem for those fields. But that's not just it. The conversation is not over yet. And this is not just the only thing this conference offers. So stay tuned, as we have a very exciting announcement for you in just a few moments. حضورنا الكريم.
Our distinguished guests, in a time where there is a variance, economic and economic
أثر كبير في تحقيق التقدم الاقتصادي والارتقاء بالمجتمعات الذي نطمح له. وهنا تحديداً تكمن أهمية هذا المؤتمر الذي خلق فرصة مهمة وملهمة من خلال هذا التجمع الأول من نوعه
with a great organization between the coordination with the Saudi Commission for Education, Culture, Science, which gathers more than 50 international organizations from all the globe. And since the establishment of this organization are gathering for one goal, which is enhancing the collaboration in this sector and having these collaborations globally and internationally. And this has been set for starting the dialogue, and the KSA role is not. So, in the conclusion of the first version of this forum, we are very pleased to announce.
She has set the scene.
We're about to announce.
We are about to announce, as you have just heard, that
I'm
this
about
forum,
to say it in Arabic.
Please, تفضلي.
We're very pleased to announce the Saudi Arabia initiative to host this forum for each 2 sessions in 2025 and in 2027 for science, culture, and UNESCO, SASCO. The dialogue is continuous. The talks are very
Absolutely fantastic news. Congratulations. And yes, as you have heard in Arabic, the announcement is that this forum will return for 2 more rounds every 2 years. So we very much look forward to seeing all of you in 2025. And what better way to finish by saying thank you again to our esteemed hosts, to all of you for being here, Your Highnesses, Excellencies, dignitaries, and my wonderful co-host, Fatma. It's been
Rebecca.
A pleasure.
Lovely co-hosting with you. Thank you for having us. We look forward to many, many talks, and we look forward to the outcome of this conference and the 2 coming outcomes in the next few years. Thank you. كل التحية لكم حضورنا الكريم.
Oh, thanks for you. Good. We hope that you stay safe and well being. Good night.
Here are the best bits. Please enjoy. Shukran.
Beskioff enables investment and knowledge sharing and empowers mutual opportunities of collaboration for our future. Our good future.
وتكوين رؤية مشتركة من خلال تعاون الجميع لاستكشاف الفرص العالمية المتاحة أمام المنظمات الدولية والاستفادة منها.
إن هذا المؤتمر يختصر الماضي والحاضر والمستقبل في معادلة ذكية: الرؤية المشتركة، التعاون، الفرص.
Is how to utilize the money that you have. You could have millions. The most important thing is that you should look into what the country wants, not what you want to deliver.
Altogether, within that institutional framework, we can find more concrete opportunities.
ويحرص البنك الإسلامي للتنمية منذ تأسيسه قبل 48 عاماً على الاستثمار في التعليم وتنمية الموارد البشرية.
Missions are, and then helping develop tools. You cannot reduce poverty without investing in education and without having a healthy environment. Our Google Arts and Culture not-for-profit works to digitize preservation of cultural sites and documents.
Come to Saudi Arabia, and I appreciate the kingdom being open to learners and exchanging information.
Cooperation between different institutions.
Definitely, data are very important because if we cannot measure something, we cannot measure it, we cannot assess.
What's exciting today is how that's translating into innovation. And there are major changes that are happening in the kingdom as part of the transformations in Vision 2030.
Maybe what is needed nowadays is really to look at the gaps, but also go beyond a little bit the cooperation, the collaboration. We have to have synergies.
I am optimistic that this conference will be the beginning of a new era of common understanding, joint plans, and action to enhance education, culture, and knowledge.
I think data analytics and how to analyze the data to ensure it becomes the next generation of the oil to power every single society is really, really important.
The question is not how we actually transform the UN into an entrepreneurial startup or into Google. This is not the question here. But the question is how can we empower people in a bureaucratic and risk-averse organization to create space for innovation where they can contribute to it.
We need to start filtering and we need to promote that knowledge of constant learning. And then we also need to then give them the tools that will help them develop and evolve their skill set.
Allow me to thank the Saudi Kingdom and Alisco for giving the World Intellectual Property Organization.
When the public sector goes hand in hand with the private sector to stimulate innovation.
What is fascinating is that it's a sort of breakthrough that is able to handle both decentralization and innovation and control.
We need to have a roadmap, a step-by-step process so people feel confident to go on that journey with you.
You need to respect enough the community and spend more time in understanding the need and the definition of the terminology for you to serve better.
اسمحوا لي في الختام أثمن جهود المنظمات الدولية للإسهام في نشر السلام العالمي ومد جسور التواصل وإطلاق الممكنات التنموية والتربوية للثقافة والعلوم لتحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.